Well, hello and welcome to the fan cams. After the Blues lose their sixth game in a row, I think. 9 goals, 15, 69 to 16 goals, 12, 108. Slaughtered by the Saints at Marvel Stadium. I think the last few weeks I've held some sort of optimism. I've been battling with, is the team trying really hard? Are they about to break through? Or is this just the peak of the group? And the one thing that's been keeping me somewhat going in this really difficult year is the fact that they never really throw in the white towel or wave the white flag. And we've been referencing it over the last few weeks, like, all right, well, is the white flag game coming? And I reckon that was it. I watched grown men tonight give up in moments. Not all of them, but too many of them. I watched them give up in themselves. I watched them give up on their teammates in that third quarter. I watched petulance tonight. Yeah, I saw some things that are always the bad signs. I remember GWS last year. Didn't notice it at the time, but yeah, something was off and it stunk, and that's what I saw tonight. And so we'll unpack it with all of you here. Very interested in how you guys saw the game. And so we'll unpack tonight. We'll unpack what it means, if it means anything. And we'll see where this conversation takes us because, just a sad state of affairs. Just the way in which we go to the football these days. It's the club's really drained the excitement out of the match day, hasn't it? It's just a really poor sequence of this is going to be 2 seasons now. You can already kind of see what 2026 is going to be. I was really sure we weren't a bottom 4 team, but we're now so entrenched in that bottom 4. It's getting worse. So anyway, if you'd like to call in, anyone can call in. All you need to do is you need to click the link that I'm going to put in the live chat. I will be putting it out. I'll be putting it out, throughout the evening as we go. And we'll just do this for a little bit, a couple of hours, and then we'll just call it a night, hey? All right, let's begin. Andy, next one?
Sorry, bro. We're trying to work out. My missus is trying to work out which exit to take.
I thought you meant me.
Nah. What's going on, man?
I mean, did you stay to the end?
Yeah.
You're a good man. I don't know how you do it.
We do it, bro. I don't know. We do it. We're so predictable, bro. We're so predictable. This is who we are. What do you say, bro? This is who we are.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I was saying earlier, I watched a few guys quit tonight.
Yep.
I watched a few quitters tonight, which is, I think, the biggest disrespect. It's like the worst thing anyone could say about you as anything really, as a footballer. Like I watch guys not want to give proper commitment to the cause. I watched Brodie Kemp bust his gut to run Jack Silvani into next week, and that's the standard of application. And I watched other forwards in that forward line who are paid so much more than him not even get out of first gear. And yeah, I'm not surprised. Sorry, I am surprised how bad it's gotten this quickly. But I thought that was really disappointing.
Yeah, just on Brodie Kemp. I'm not a fan of Brodie Kemp, so I've made that very, very clear. But, bro, he was one of very, very few players that actually cared tonight. You know, like you said, he just ran all night, tried his best, and like I had to take my hat off to Brody Kemp tonight. Like he tried, he absolutely tried, and man, you just watch some people, some players just mentally break. They were mentally broken tonight, and it was bad. It was bad, man. And at one stage, bro, our captain is on the bench laughing, and it's
I didn't see that.
like just pretend to care, you know, like I don't know, man. We're still gonna rock up. We're still gonna go to games. We're still gonna, you know, those numbers are gonna still tick over. We're still checking those boxes for them. I don't know, man. I left tonight. Just this is who we are, you know. Like I've probably accepted where we're at 4 times, I reckon, this season, and then each time, like the next time, is always worse than the last. If it's not result, it's effort. The effort was worse than last time, and you know the result was worse than last time. The way we lost was worse than last time. We're just finding new ways to make it tough for ourselves. So I'm not even sure where to start. Like if I had the keys, I wouldn't even know where to start. There are so many problems, you know, and like Voss, unfortunately, is going to cop it for another week. But like, I mean, yeah, you can talk about his coaching tonight, absolutely, but there's a lot of players out there that should not get away with what they put up tonight. A lot.
Yeah, I don't know where you were sitting. I was sitting up on level 2 behind the goals, and I just, whenever things work well for us, it just seems to be because we're just trying hard. Like it's like it can be dumb luck at times. Doesn't seem to be conscious. It doesn't seem to be intentional at times. They're literally going to piss away up another year. Something you just said there. I actually think the club is going to be affected this year because already we saw this game was no longer a sold-out game, so you didn't have to upgrade your ticket. We saw less people tonight than what we usually would have for a Marvel game. There's no way I can see 100,000 members unless they fabricate the numbers. I can't see 100,000 members hitting again.
Yeah.
But
well, hopefully that's the kick up the butt they need. You know, hey, wake up. As an organization, just please wake up. We aren't just numbers. We aren't just, you know, we are people who put in time and we go, and the bare minimum we ask as supporters, as members, don't give up.
Yeah.
I don't want to see players giving up. So, tough one, man. Very tough.
At least they look good doing it.
Oh. Yeah, I knew you'd bring it up.
At least their hair looked good.
Oh, yeah. What are 4 or 5 posts about Hecabo? I'm a miserable person at the moment. I'm not a happy person these days when it comes to this club. And when I saw those posts, I'm just like, come on, man. Come on. And I'm in the minority for sure. Like, I know I am. But, like, I don't know. It just really bothered me. It really bothered me. I don't know. And another thing that bothered me, social media, was Ashton Moyer singing songs to his dogs.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, Jesse Motlop posted it. Atush sent it to me just to ruin my day yesterday, and it did. Like, to his credit, it did. So, man, I don't know, man. I don't even know what I want anymore.
I'll tell you what I want. I was actually talking about this on the train with. I was sitting at this woman sat across from me on the pack train on the way there, and actually we said it before the game started. The footy is what you go to kind of get away from the stresses of life. It's just, and like I get you can't win every week, but we ain't going to be winning for two full years now. So
It's going to be a long ride, bro. It's going to be a long ride.
but we pay our memberships and we just keep contributing.
That's right, man.
So
that's right. We'll be there.
Right.
We'll be there the next one and the one after and the one after.
Yeah.
I say this every time I'm on here, bro. I say this every time. Props to you for doing this because you're in for a long night again, bro.
I got a feeling I'm going to cut it short tonight. I don't know. I just like, to what end? Like, what's 5 hours going to do? To what end?
Yeah.
Just
I don't blame you, bro.
whatever.
I don't blame you.
It's fine.
Good
Anyway,
luck, bro.
You get home safely.
Appreciate it, bro.
See you, man. Ah, dear. Joe.
All right. Let's have fun with this one. Ready? Let's talk. Let's get all like conspiracy tonight. Ready?
Oh, down.
We are tanking. Tez. I'm actually genuinely not taking the piss.
No, I know.
I think this is a full-blown tank job. It has to be. Like, there's no other way to make sense of what we're seeing. Seriously.
If I didn't know better, I would say, I actually thought it tonight. Someone came on the fan cams a few weeks ago and I kind of, in a way, I kind of laughed at him. And I had this thought tonight. I'm like, if I didn't know better, I'd say we're tanking.
I said it. We did a Patreon exclusive like 3 weeks ago for the pod. We literally called it, Are We Tanking? 3 weeks ago. And we discussed it because I can't remember ever seeing anything like this in footy where your team is good enough prior to tonight to being third in the comp for time in front, but 1-6. Like, it doesn't you can't make sense of it, right? It's very easy in this league, in this game, for coaches to make it hard to win. I'm not joking.
I don't think we're tanking. I think we suck.
So, yes, it's one of the two, clearly, right? It's clearly one of It's clearly it's one of the two, right? But let's just say it is tanking. And the only way that this gets proven is if next year we bounce back, right? But after the draft changes get announced, the club comes out, Robert Priestley comes out, has a bit of a dig at the AFL. It would be the biggest fuck you to the AFL to go, well, you've now given clubs a reason to tank. Like, this is the biggest carrot that clubs have ever had to not win games of football if they're in a position as a football club where they're not going to win a flag and they've got a highly rated prospect coming through. Do you know what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying. I just believe in the essence of sport. And when you tank, the world and life has a funny way of like making you suffer for it. We tanked for Cruiser. He blew out his knee. Philadelphia 76ers. I mean, someone actually pointed me to Collingwood tanking before Pendlebury and Daisy Thomas. I don't remember that specifically. I just think it would be doing so much more harm if okay, let me play it out with you. What? So Graham Wright's had a chat with Vossi in secret. Oh, don't worry about it, mate. Just drop Cooper Lord.
But this is the thing. Yeah. So, like, you got Hewitt having 30, 40 odd, right? Sard had 40 last week. He comes in. Billy Wilson had 40. Ison's kicking like bags of goals every week. Does it not make sense if we're tanking, right, that the decisions would be leave the youngsters in the VFL where they're winning games. Let them learn how to win. Really easy decision to make. To go, we're not winning senior games of footy at the moment because we're not good enough. So just leave them there. They might be able to help us win games, but just leave them there. Let them keep winning. And let them keep learning off senior players that we're dropping who are performing that we're not going to bring back into the senior side. Let them learn off them. You know what? I'll do you one better. let's bring in Cody Walker into the VFL, who we're going to bring in next year. Let him learn in the VFL system this year how to win. Tez, mate, there is so much that is in favour of tanking at the moment. It's not funny. It's ridiculous. Unlikely. Probably more so that we're just really shit. But there is a genuine possibility being 1-7 now with, fuck me, Brisbane, the Dogs, Port, Geelong, and then Essendon coming up. We are going to be 1-11 after the next 4. We're not going to win a game. Then we go into the Essendon game, and all we got to do is lose that. And then all of a sudden, Cody Walker's your number 1 pick. How's that for the biggest fucking conspiracy you'll ever hear that is staring us dead in the face?
Amen. All theories are welcomed here on the Blue Abroad YouTube channel.
I'm not usually one to go down that path, but I can't make sense of this other than the fact that we might actually just be really fucking bad.
Yeah, look, bottom line, I watched senior players quit.
No, they did tonight. They definitely did.
Yeah. I watched Mackay quit. I really am trying to get around him. I watched him quit tonight. I watched when Dean gave away the double free. I looked straight at Wiedering to see how he would get around him, and I watched that man fail to lead in that moment. And I was like, this is fucked, man.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. That you can't discount that. They definitely. Have you seen the stat sheet tonight, by any chance?
Nah.
Go open up the stat sheet, scroll down to tackles. Do it now. If you want a real shock.
40. Yeah.
That's not even barely 2 tackles a player on average out there tonight.
Yeah, it's who led the team? It was
probably Kemp.
Adam. Well, it was Walsh with 5.
There you go.
Yeah, Chera with 4. Yeah.
Look, no doubt we had massive issues. I know I was having a bit of fun tonight with the tanking conspiracy. May or may not be true still. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out. But we've just got so many problems, man. If it's not tanking, let's just come back to reality. And we are really this bad, mate. We got Tassie coming into this. We got Tassie coming into the system, man.
Yeah,
this is 10 years. Forget about 2 years. This is 10 years.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, Tez, this is like Gold Coast GWS all over again. We're at the same point in our development before Tassie comes in. It's fucked, man. It's just so bad.
It's so bad.
There's no way out. I don't think there's a way out. I really don't.
There's no shortcuts, mate. It's just we had our opportunity. We had our little window. We cooked it, and then players quit on the club. They wanted out, and like for whatever multiple reasons, we got it wrong.
So what happens, right? I'll let you go after this. What happens? We blow it up to rebuild. So we blow it up again this off-season, bring in kids. Then we don't have the list to compete because we clearly don't have a list to compete now. You bring in a new coach, untried, hopefully, because that seems to work. But knowing us, we'll win 2 games every year for the next 2-3 years, right? Let's just say that's the pattern. What happens to this new coach? Like, is he just a sacrifice for the next 3 years?
This is the pit that we're in because at some point, wins matter.
But we're probably not going to win games with an untried coach with probably the worst list in the AFL. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
So what do you do? What do you do?
I don't know. I think I don't. Yeah, I mean, right after the game, it's terrible. Like obviously emotional, all that stuff right now. I don't think we have the worst starting base for the evolution of the next wave, whatever that next wave looks like. I think we're actually in okay stead. There's a good bunch of players there. You just got to get your draft picking right, and you got to get your recruiting right, which we haven't done. These decisions come back to bite us, mate. You know, what have we got to show from the draft after Sam Walsh?
No, nothing.
I mean, the 2017 draft, we have nothing to show for it because now DeConing's gone. Actually, well, we've got Chera, but we had to go back in time and give up pick 6 for him, whatever it was. So, yeah, we're in a tough cycle. I can't see. Yeah. I don't know where the light at the end of the tunnel is, man. All I know is we just got to get through every session, every week, get to the end of the season, go on holiday, come back, renewed hope, and then see if it's different. So,
well,
yeah, all right.
If that didn't depress everyone tonight, then I don't know what will. So, yeah, enjoy. And I cannot wait to see the records we're about to break next week against Brisbane. Fuck me. Holy shit.
Oh, no.
Man, if we put in a 40 tackle effort against Brisbane next week, oh my God. They're going to kick 250 points next week.
Stuart will be back in next week, guaranteed.
Oh, yeah. That'll help. All right. Good luck tonight, mate. I'll talk to you soon.
Bye. Vinny.
Hi, Terry. How are you?
Mate, we just...
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
No.
Reload.
Can't rejoin?
Yeah.
All right, one sec.
Yeah. Joel.
Well, I came on and I thought, well, there's no point in talking about the same old thing over and over again in terms of the problems. So the most productive and probably healthy thing to do would be looking for the solutions, step out of the problem into the solution, right? So
yes,
and now that's the hard part, and it's going to take a very smart man. Which I'm not discounting myself for being one. So, I mean, obviously, look, we have right now a civil war. Well, it looks like it's going to soon unfold if it hasn't already erupted within the club.
Mean between civil war between?
Well, just culture is. Well, I mean, the civil war. There's factions. I mean, the team's not winning. Hasn't won. Obviously, so there's going to be heads roll. You would that's the nature of the game. So obviously, just to backtrack. So obviously, when Brian Cook arrived, he was big on. Well, you know what I'm going to say, don't you? I mean, he was big on getting setting a good culture, and he's no longer there. And he hasn't. I mean, I haven't heard. Well, it's interesting. I only found out today that he's now at Melbourne, which is very interesting. I mean, he's filling in, but still very interesting. So get back on point.
So let me just break this down. Let's just stay together. So you're seeing, you think it's going to start imploding internally, factions, civil war, typical Carlton, that type of thing. So okay.
So I mean, I've just been doing a bit of research on this, and I'm no expert, but I'm just trying to trying to just work this out now, like we all are. I think it's fair to say. We're all at a stage now where we're just sick of talking about really. I mean, you've hardly spoken about. No one's really spoken about the game tonight. So yeah, I mean, we can't.
I just want to continue on the solutions. I thought we started really well there.
Yeah, we did. So I'm just about to say, we can't make any compromises, and I think that's what the club maybe tried to do this off season, We didn't do it. We did a sort of a reset, and I think that's not the way to go. Look, none of us are real privy to what we're all just guessing at the end of the day here, Terry, and that's what makes it frustrating, and we never really know. But for argument's sake, for what it's worth, I think there are, as I've alluded to previously, like we have a president who there's certain that everyone's playing catch up. So there has to be a clear direction from the top about, this is the coach, this is the recruiting manager, this is the assistants, this is the CEO. Now, I think we've got a new president, we've got a new CEO, so it looks like we're going to get a new coach. And it looks like we're probably going to get a new recruiting manager, list manager.
Mm-hmm.
So where that takes us, I don't know. But let's just go on the coach. So if we get, look, I guess on coach, and I've said this to you before, do we get the long mile, the Simpson, the big name fish, or do we get the kind of more the Fly McRae type who is unproven to some extent but is innovative? And I'm thinking the old Carlton would go the big fish, right? And I don't know if any of those big fishes would be willing to come to Carlton.
So just to add to you, right? So what you said there, just about making sure that we are all on the rowing in the same direction. I think what's happened so far is the club did what it did at the end of last year, and I think it was all set up with we made these changes to the playing list, brought in some half forwards, yes, all that, and it was a little bit of see how we go. See if it works. See if adding a little bit more to the coaching department helps Voss improve and, whatever. So I think it's pretty evident now, if it wasn't already, but, whatever. They gave him a chance by adding more around him and beefing up the department, all these things. But it was also high level viewed in my perception as made these changes, see how we go. Now we're actually at this point of didn't work, need to make more changes. Where the fuck are we as a football club? How are you going to communicate it to your fan base? I mean, we can kind of see where we're going. Do we need to be told exactly where this team is at? Probably not. We just get hopeful on game day, but really deep down, we know what's happening.
And fundamental, and number one, I think is on field we don't have the leaders, clearly. And if we did at some stage, and they've just they're cooked mentally. I mean, how could you
Yeah.
So whatever. I'm not trying to give them an out, but that's the reality. Is it that on field we call it capitulate. We look okay.
Well, mate, we capitulate off the field too. The scandal happens with the Elijah thing a few weeks ago, when all of a sudden the doctor's taking leave, the finger pointing happens. It's all over the club. The pressure mounts, and then we buckle under it, and we can't handle the heat on the field, off the field.
Yeah, it's a shit show. And then until we really get that, well, it's not looking good, with the Elijah thing. So I mean, there's no going to be any winners from that. So that looks obvious, but we need to get a resolution on that for to move on.
Yeah.
But another thing is, look, I mean, how long can the supporter base be patient? I mean, we're seeing now. I mean, you were there. I mean, people sort of took for the door exits pretty quickly after
very early. Yeah, it's one of the earliest. It's one of the earliest that you'll see. I mean, that third quarter was disgusting, absolutely disgusting. That third quarter, what was dished up there from a performance point of view and an application point of view and an attention to detail point of view, and genuinely, I mean, the players will be shattered at that as well. So let's, there is that as well, but it's the thing is, it's round 8. We've still got 2/3 of the season to go.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, I mean, anyone who knows history well and better than I do would could kind of say, well, look at so and so country and this war, how this ended, and all those kind of things, and that could probably, or even just in organisations. I mean, that's more to the point. I mean, that's that we've seen things over time. I mean, look at Microsoft, look at even Apple have had their issues. Look at Netflix. Look at all those leadership things that happen in organizations. You know, I don't work in that. You know, I'm not that kind of. I don't operate in that space. But yeah, I mean, I just think the fans, even if it's like, I mean, I know people are members. So, but still, I mean, you got to be thinking before the game. Well, I could be spending my time. I'd rather just burn the $100 and have a good night out. So yeah, look, we're all going to be saying this, scratching our head, Terry, and it is what it is, and it's painful, and it makes me angry, very angry during the game, and I'm just trying to work in a solution now.
Love it. No, I appreciate you bringing that, mate. Thank you for calling in, and I'll see you soon.
All right. See you, mate.
See you, man. All right, Vinny, I'm going to try you again. Let me just get through some of these donations. Thanks very much to those of you who have donated here in the chat. Marg Stubbs, stick fat, Vossi will sort it out next week this time for sure. Thanks, Marg. Magnus, can Cody Walker be captain coach like ASAP? Vic Pro Street with the $8. I'm super interested to know what was said between Cripps and Silvani in that scuffle. Looked pretty serious. Yeah. Casper McLeod, Don's fan here. Carlton versus Essendon could be the first 0-0 draw ever. Two giant clubs that at the moment are so small and irrelevant and bad. Yeah. Thank you very much. Moondog, Carlton are elite at finding new ways to be shit. Thank you. Daniel Botta, 31 years and counting. Here's $8. Go buy your club, even though you're overpaying for that laughing stock. Thanks, mate. David Hatley, $10. Gents, what you need is a clean out of your board. Terry, run for the board with a platform of accountability and transparency. I'd prefer Carlton stay shit as a Collingwood man, but you need cultural change. Thank you very much, David. Like, it's grim when an Essendon fan and a Collingwood fan are dropping donations and they're like genuinely sympathizing with you. It's just, it's unreal. The Duke Leverage show with the $5. I got this man to the game tonight. He quit. He was done with the season, but we found a way to get him to the game. And we had this exchange. It was Dim, myself, and Paul. We had this little exchange. Dim like, who's leading tackles? This was in the third quarter. Paul said Walsh with 3, and I turned to him and smiled. Anyway, much love, mate. Appreciate you. All right, Vinny, let's try again. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Okay. Yeah. So I played footy this morning with a lot of the Div 12 boys. Shout out Marmalade. And we have a booking at the pub. And I'm thinking, fuck, there's some shit games on today. There's the North Geelong, which we know they'll put up a fight for 2 quarters, and then there's the Richmond and West Coast game, like it's a battle of the spoons, and then like that's how you just think of it in your head. Then you go, oh, we're at the pub, we'll sit down, have a Palmer, and watch Carlton, watch St Kilda, and like, mate, and like I watched all the games today, like bits and pieces throughout the day, and at the pub, and I'm watching our game, and I'm thinking, how is there more promise in all of the teams that played previously than us? How? Like how North, and my brother's a little shit. Like he's a Carlton fan, but he's fully turned his brain off. Like he is so done. He was saying like he'd actually rather be a North fan right now. And I was arguing with him. I'm like, how do you think that? How? And as I said it, I was like, oh, obviously. Like I was like, obviously. I watched tonight's game, Terry. The couple of takeaways I took from it was, like you said, I think you put it perfectly. I had like the littlest bit of optimism that we could probably go somewhere else that isn't shit by just the ability for us to like not completely throw in the white towel. Like there was in the last like couple of games, it's been like, okay, we'll go up a bit, then we'll have the second half fade out, and then. But we fully gave up tonight, like fully. Like it was the first time I've ever seen them like fully give up, like fully give up. There was so many efforts. So that last quarter, I've got my voice still because I didn't yell. I just sat and laughed the whole game. Like I could not, for all our mental health, all people watching in here, I don't know how many of us there are there. You've actually got to watch us now without stress. I actually love all of us in here. You cannot watch with stress anymore. You have to actually watch with laughter. For our mental health as humans,
Yeah.
all right, we're
Yeah.
humans first, then we're Carlton fans second. You actually have to watch the different lens because this is ridiculous. Like it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
I actually
man.
feel like Heath Ledger and the Joker, like just like psychotically laughing at it.
No,
Mm,
you have to laugh. I mean,
yeah.
I sometimes rock in my chair. I kind of go like,
Yeah,
when
yeah,
certain
yeah.
things
We've all got our
happen,
things. Yeah, we've all got our
yeah,
things we do.
there are certain things that drive me mad, like the handball
Oh, mate.
turnovers.
Oh, but what about the Cottrell one on the wing to was it to someone of handball to the ground? I'm
They
like,
send me somewhere that I didn't know I could go. And like
yeah.
none of it matters. It's all just
Mm.
one big fairy fantasy that
Oh,
we're
yeah.
living in.
Yeah, yeah,
And it's
yeah.
like, but I watch some of these turnovers. I watch some of these handballs. I watch, oh man, I watch some of these plays and like the way that they just take
See, I'm
their
laughing. You have to laugh.
privilege for granted. It's just
You have to
so
laugh, and then
insane.
you have to laugh. And I was sitting tonight, Terry, and I was thinking, I'm 22 for context to the chat, and I've seen nothing, right? Like, and I don't know, you're not that much older than me, but like, like we've seen nothing, right? And I remember there was a time in my life where I was so connected to the club, and I grew up in the country. I grew up in Woodrow, so I never saw footy games. Like I watched from TV and pack footy cards and go to Coles and get the little mini figures of like Chris Judd stuff, and I felt
Yeah.
so connected to it. And I was watching the team tonight, and I just like for the first time in a long time, which actually was really, pretty sad. I didn't feel connected at all. Like I didn't actually care, and I've never felt like that before. Like and I actually sat on the couch tonight. I'm like I'm actually fully, and maybe I'm the Messiah and I've figured it out, and maybe that's what we should all do. But um, I was sitting there going, wow. Like okay, let me put another thing I'd like to touch on. Did you watch the presser?
Not yet. Is it out?
Yeah, it is. I was watching it at the start of this fan cams, and Vossi was asked, "Did you use deconing and sauce as fuel?" What do you think his answer was? How do you think he reacted to it? Words and action in his face. How do you think he
Sorry.
reacted to it?
Sorry.
So
Repeat the question.
Vossi was asked by Journo, "Did you use sauce and TDK tonight as fuel for the boys?"
Oh, I reckon he would have said no.
How?
I reckon he would have said something around, oh, the most important thing is the task at hand, something like that.
Nah, this is what he said. He goes, mate. He goes. Nah. This is a Carlton game, mate. This is a Carlton game, all right? We're Carlton Footy Club. We worry about the Carlton Footy Club, right? Not St Kilda Footy Club next. And I was like, oh my God. So you're talking about a guy that's grew up watching his nonno play the footy game that he loves, right? His dad grew up playing footy, and then he's left. Okay, so you look at that, and you don't have anywhere on a magnet anywhere. Like we see Brisbane, right? Unfortunately, the whiteboard gate's a thing for them. It's a bit embarrassing, but every club does it. You'd be a bad club if you didn't have analysis on your opponent, right? But you look at that and it's leaked, and you actually go through it and you go, well, yeah, not accountable. Yeah, well, okay, well, lacks pressure. Did you see it today? All that stuff.
Yeah.
And you look at Carlton and you go, right, Vossi, did you use sauce and TDK's fuel? Nah. Immediately I'm like, okay, well, I saw my players that I love give up tonight. If they had something there to play for, maybe they wouldn't have given up. Like maybe it wasn't, I don't know. Like I saw Ben Ainsworth like fucking smiling at like third quarter time and laughing with people, and I'm just I feel like the Joker in Dark Knight. I do. I just like psychotically laughing at dumb shit because it's just repeated stuff and I don't know how to feel. I don't know what to do anymore. It's actually
Yeah.
really sad. I want I'll leave you with this and we'll let other people go because I know you want a short one tonight. But I if everyone's like, talk about the game and like we all want solutions, right? And I know we all have our own 2 cents of what should happen and whatnot, but I really worry. I think I said this to you last fan cams. Like when Jagger Smith signed his extension, I actually felt sad for him. I was like, this kid, his career is gone. Like because our talent like gets to 23 and it just
Yeah.
there's no that. There's no Zach Bailey or there's no like where it's like, oh my god, they're good, Rayner. Oh my god, they can get better. Oh my god, we keep like it's just
Well, I think
and
wouldn't you, if you got given all the money that you need to be like, wouldn't you? Like, would you keep your desperate desire to improve? Like,
I remember the fan cams. Actually, it wasn't a fan cams. I think it was a live stream you did with Pom when Adam Sard got traded to Carlton. I remember this was years ago, man. I was in Mildura. I was a little pup. Anyway, I remember this live stream you did, and we'll talk. You were talking about how he will create like dynamic speed and he'll run off the halfback and all this stuff. And then I remember that was it the same year that Zach Williams came in? Was it the same year?
same off season.
It was. So it was the same off season Zach Williams came in. And then you got to Zach Williams, and then I remember. I think because we were all so excited. Do you remember that time? It was such an exciting time. Like we got like Adam Sard. Oh my god, Adam Sard. Oh my god, we're giving up a first round pick for this guy. He's gonna come in and be awesome, which he was for a sec. But I look back at those contracts and I go, like I wouldn't care. I've got 3-4 years at 900, chilling. Like I'm chilling. Like I'm so smart. There's a guy, the guy that runs. I'll let you go after this. I know I've said that again, but I will. There's a guy that runs the list management at Brisbane. Not a footy nuffy at all. Apparently, he's like a real numbers guy and like knows maths really well and like knows how to balance financial stuff with rating points and all this stuff. And you look at that type and you go, Moneyball. Like how do you balance a list? Oh, they've won the last 2. Oh, they're probably going to win the next 2 or 3. Like anyway, that's my 2 cents, Terry. I love your work. I think what you do is ridiculous. I don't understand how you do it, but we all love you for it. How many people are in here? There's 1,300 people watching. We all love and respect you. Good luck for the rest of the night. Don't stay up here too late. But yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Good stuff. Thanks, Vinny. Go Blues.
Thanks, ciao. Go Blues, man. Go Blues.
That was really good. That was really, really good. Pletza, as a Richmond fan, I enjoy seeing Carlton get pumped, but how can Voss possibly still be in charge 0-8 in second halves and very lucky not to be 0-8? 1-7, yeah. Essendon fan, a Collingwood fan, St Kilda fan, and a Richmond fan with a donation tonight. Thank you. Thank you very much. J Barbs with the 10. If we don't fix the coaching, the skills development, the physical prep, team selection, unity, and game plan, it doesn't matter which players take the field. Yeah, that's true. Dione from Thailand with 200 baht. I saw blame and finger pointing tonight. When Harry Dean needed someone to stand up next to him, no one did. You know who would have helped him? Lewis fucking Young. They gave up. Yeah, that was one of those moments where I got really icked out by the boys while watching them when that Harry Dean thing happened, and the way he was just left on his own to get it was not good scenes. It was poor leadership. Melbourne hat guy, my Blues brethren. In 2011, I went to a game to watch my club concede 233 to lose by 186 points, and it was beyond fucked. It'll get better. It will. Thank you very much. All right, we have got Lana. Hello.
Hello. Yes. Thanks for having me. It's my first time calling in, so I'm a little bit nervous. Thanks for hosting Carlton group therapy every week.
My pleasure. It's becoming a bit of a habit now. I don't know if we'll know what it's like to win when it happens.
Look, I'm in my 30s as well, so I resonate with a lot of the stuff you say about kind of like when will it happen. Every decade we've got to rebuild. I sit here in a room of sadness because I've got a Charlie Curnow thing framed. Feels like it mocks me every time I sit in this room watching the footy. I just don't know how to feel anymore. Like I went to the game tonight not thinking that we would win, but having a sense of hope. Like I always go with hope, but no confidence.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally agree with that. Yeah, game day, you just find a way to, be a little silly and be optimistic, and it's just the genuine belief is going away more and more every week. Yeah, I kind of look around. I know it's bad when I don't have like my siblings or my people sort of next to me. And then when I watch everyone, not everyone, but like when I watch the mass exodus leave as early as they did, which I don't blame them for. Like I'm not criticizing people that left early, but when you see it happen the way it did that early before the game even ended, it's just, it sucks the life out of you.
It was 13 minutes into the last quarter. So I was sitting in the members' stand with my dad. We go together. And yeah, it's just bleak. Even at halftime, everyone in the members' stand, it's like we just know. Doesn't matter that we're up. There's no one cheers either, I've noticed. It's just dead silent. Like no one's getting around anything. Even when there's a good play, it's just like we're too scared to even feel positive when we're doing something positive. Not that there was that much positive to take out of the game tonight, unfortunately. I'm just pinning my hopes on like Carroll, Cody Walker when we get him, because we'll probably get him now that we're not going to be in the top 10. At least we'll get that 10% discount or 20% discount or whatever it is. I don't know. There's not much to look forward to.
I mean,
this year, but next year maybe with the youth.
Yeah, I mean, look, at this point, we may be just getting Walker with pick 1 if we finish on the bottom.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of the most that we can hope for. I'm just like, why aren't we blooding the youth? Like, what's going on with Wilson? Why aren't we bringing in Flynn Young? Like, has he done enough to earn his spot? Like, I felt like he had. I mean, you look at Mackay, and I'm very firm on you can critique the performance, not the person. Like, I'm all about critiquing the performance, not the person. He's not performing, so bring in the youth and see how they go. Like, just give him a crack. And I think that Jagger Smith needs a rest. I don't know, like last week, he looked like his tank was empty towards the end. Like, I don't know, he's a young body, maybe a spell, I don't know, just like a week to rest the legs or something, like take care of the kids. I just want to wrap them in cotton wool so that they last and they don't end up completely demoralized. At least the VFL are winning. Like, is that a positive? I just don't know.
Yeah, look, I thought they went with a pretty experienced team tonight because they were going – because, like, you have the option to play more kids tonight for sure.
Truth.
And I thought, they went with the experienced guys in the team to get the result. And so when the experienced guys come into the team and you've got a pretty senior team in there with some youngsters but relatively senior, and to watch them sort of implode like that tonight, yeah. And you make a good point. Like, they're having fun in the VFL and they're smiling and they're enjoying their footy. And I mean, it's also they're going through momentum swings in the VFL, but they're winning games and they're enjoying it. So it's almost like, why would you bring them into the AFL and ruin their hopes and dreams?
And my hope actually is with the young ones in the VFL is that they'll build that kind of chemistry, knowing where each other are at, so that hopefully when they get elevated to the AFL, they'll be able to find one another with that kind of synchronicity that the best clubs have. But there's no running. Like, we don't have unrewarded running in our side. Like, they're just standing still. That's what I noticed tonight as well. Like, everyone was just standing still. There's no one running to a lead. So anyway, I'm not going to hang around for long because I'm scared of the amount of comments that might be popping off.
No, you're good. Lana,
but that's just my feeling. Like, need more running, blood the youth, hope for the best for next year. This year's a write-off, and I'll just keep having hope, but probably not a lot of optimism for this year.
Thank you very much for calling in. Go Blues.
Thank you so much, Terry. Have a good one. Thanks for everything you do, mate.
See ya.
Bye.
Love that. Love to see some fresh faces as well. If you'd like to call in, please don't be shy. All right. Hello, sir. $15. Long-time Carlton member, but I still haven't gone to a game this year. I think you're not alone with that. Thank you. Joel, thoughts on the boys getting around Silvani after? I haven't seen the footage. Don't really want to unpack that too much yet. I haven't seen it. We have another Joe. Hello, Joe.
G'day, Tez. How are you, mate?
Good, mate. How are you? Can I just say, you have a great head of hair.
Oh, buddy, I'm just trying to emulate you. That's all it is. I need your barber's details, by the way.
Then
Need
we can
that.
sort you out.
Yeah, cheers. Look, it's depressing as all hell. Like, first time caller, obviously, long time fan of yours, Tez, and everything that you do here. But like 35 years old myself, I moved to Australia when I was 5. My cousins lived here and they were just like, you need to pick an AFL team. That's part of being Australian. And I was like, yeah, hell yeah. And they were like, what's your favorite color? And I said, blue. And they said, brilliant. Carlton Blues are the best team in the AFL. They just won the flag in 95. You should go for Carlton. And I said, you beauty. That's going to be great. That's going to be a great choice. And it's been nearly 31 years now of just absolute pain. Obviously with a sprinkle of hope in there, here and there. But yeah, 2023 was like the most joyous I've ever been. And to come off that roller coaster ride so early, back down into what is, you can only say that at this point it's worse than a rebuild, because there's no, like you and other Joe were saying earlier, there's no like promise of an upward trajectory anytime soon. It's just dire. It's just dire because we are staring down the barrel of potentially another decade like this. But my question to you, Terry, is like, if you look at our team really critically, at the current playing group, let's just say the group that played tonight, which of those players for you are locks? You know, that you're not prepared to drop. Be brutal, but which players are like absolute locks that you wouldn't be prepared to drop as a statement to the playing group, or as an experiment? Like, who are they?
You mean for next week?
Yeah, at all. But yeah, let's just say moving forward this year, given that this year's a write-off.
Yeah. So we have Brisbane in Brisbane next week.
Yeah.
I don't know what good it's going to be to put a kid in Brisbane next week, or too many kids for Brisbane in Brisbane next week. I would prefer the senior guys to cop the lashing of that and those certain situations.
Yeah, that's fair.
To be honest, but having said that, I couldn't care less about selection. Like, you know, anyone and everyone, like whatever, would be really interested to see them actually drop Mackay if that was to happen. Probably won't, because for structure, he's important, yada yada. But at this point, we really have nothing else to lose. We're 1-7.
Totally right.
So it's like,
yeah.
But
that's what I've felt very similar for the last few weeks. Of just like, why wouldn't you shake it up? You know, you've dropped Hewitt, hopefully as a statement. Bring him back in after he's had a few weeks of 40 disposals in the VFL. Bring Billy Wilson in. Bring like Flynn Young. What does that kid have to do to get in? I don't care if we don't have a tall forward. Like, drop Mackay, bring Flynn Young in. I don't care at this point. Like, we are worried about, and this is where my fear is coming from, that the coaching staff are worried about, and this is as a direct response from what Voss has spoken about all week, is like, particularly in his presser on Friday, it's a balance thing. It's just a balance thing. We just need to get the balance right. So they're worried about like the seasoning on the steak when the whole fucking cow is rotten to the core. And it's like, what good's a bit of salt and pepper going to do, pal? Like, take it back to the bones, get rid of anyone who isn't putting in 110% effort, and chuck in the boys who are hungry for it. You know what I mean? Maybe not against Brisbane next week. Absolutely agree with you there. But tonight was the night for it, really. You wanted blokes that were going to be hungry as anything. And yeah, a few of our stalwarts to hopefully plant a flag, which they just didn't do. Like, there was a complete absence of leadership on and off the field. Like, every time the camera turned to Voss on the sidelines and he was just apathetic, like, I just got even angrier. I'm like, why aren't you getting up anyone about the piss weak performance? Like, get up someone. Why isn't Cripper shouting directions out. Like he's not even capable of playing 50% of his best footy, and he's only, how is Cripper now? 31, and he looks like
31.
he's
I mean, he's had a really, really good couple of weeks in a row.
100%.
And yeah,
Can't
tonight
argue with that.
was one
He-
of a down.
he's-
He was very down.
And Walsh too. Like Walsh and Cripper were stepping up last couple of weeks and took a massive backward step tonight. I haven't had my problems with Chera like a lot of other people have until tonight. Really disappointed with him. Bad decision making mostly. But yeah, Harry, I get it. He's important for
So,
structure,
I
but
just
he's
watch
gotta
a lot
go.
of guys. I just watch a lot of guys out there tonight exist.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Like just
100%, dude.
just exist. Just they're sort of there. There's no expression in the way that they play, whether it's because of their instruction or because they lack confidence in themselves. I watched a lot of them tonight exist. Like Sardi, I thought, I don't know how people saw Sardi's game. I liked his game more than what I didn't.
He's one of
I
the only
haven't
ones
seen
with
him
a really
sprint
good kick.
like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't seen him sprint like that in a long time, like proper, like not sprint right to left, sprint direct.
Yeah.
And I wonder if, that I don't know what they do in that situation and, what that looks like next week. And he's an example of a guy I wouldn't drop for next week because what good is it putting a kid in against the Lions out there? But I'm also talking right after a game with emotion, so I know I'm in that state of mind. But yeah, I mean, Ches on his day is a really, really solid player. I thought he kind of existed a little bit tonight as well. He, the stats will say 25 possessions, and
Yeah.
I don't know what the stats will say. And I just watch a guy exist. I watch a guy just go left to right, and I don't know if it's the player. I don't know if it's the coach. I don't know if it's and then that
all
cycle
of the
of
above,
conversation
Tez.
starts again.
Yeah, but it's all of the above. Like when it comes to leadership, the fish rots from the head, right? So if you're looking out on the field there, and Voss in his press conference, and you'll watch it later, he reprimanded the leadership group for sure, and inadvertently, but he was reprimanding them by saying like it just wasn't good enough. But mate, it comes from you, and if they're looking to you on this, if they're disappointed in what they're doing and their shoulders are slumped, and they look at you on the sidelines and your shoulders are slumped, and you're not even yelling instructions at anyone. You seem fine with it. You're not happy, but you're fine. What are they going to think? Like, and I'm also just like, I've had enough of Voss on the sidelines. Like, mate, again, if it was at the point where just like little bits here or there needed tweaking and you needed that real time access to your players, totally back it. But like our whole structure falls apart for at least a full quarter every single game. We're 1-7 now. Like what are you doing on the sideline? Get up in the box, have a look at how the system is failing, and then get other people to run the instructions out. Like be a coach. So I've been Voss's biggest fan, but I'm done now. I think it's clear that even if he has the best intentions, it's the message isn't getting through to the playing group, and the leadership certainly isn't translating. Because there's no one person saying, "Come on, boys, jump on my back." Like, Cripper used to do that for us. Walsh used to do it for us to an extent. But now it's like the most likely blokes are like Ainsworth and Florence. And like Florence, a halfback who is our best midfielder now. And like he couldn't even get a game at the Swans. And he's like Mr. Dependable for the Blues now. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, I liked his game tonight.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, it's sad, it's dire, but I do think like some massive moves need to be made. I'd rather see them blow the whole thing up and try something different than just keep making little tweaks here and there to a system that is inherently broken.
Yeah. Yeah. Joe, that was bloody good. Thank you very much for that.
Pleasure, mate. Thanks for having me. And seriously, big ups. Like, I don't know how you keep your chin up, but bless you for doing it.
It's just footy, mate. We'll be right.
Yeah, absolutely. Good on you,
Good on
Tez.
ya. See you, mate. That's a good one there. Scott Gaylor with the 20. I had a feeling in recent weeks. I had hope but no belief. Is it the same for everyone else? Yeah, I'm there, mate. Game day, I find the hope, but it really is just hope. It's not true belief. G'day, Fremantle fan. You've somehow suffered even more than us in the last 30 years. Say hello to nice Italian boy Chera for me. Thanks, mate. Jim.
Hey, Terry, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. We actually met many years ago, and I told you that SPS was going to be our best player. So take what I'm going to say with a bit of grain of salt. But I'm worried about our external players. So we look at people like Harry or Cripps or Walsh or whoever down our spine. I think about players like Owies or Chincotta or Durden or Kennedy or all these sorts of players that we've lost over the last couple of years. And I think they're players that might not shine completely on the stats line and all of that sort of thing. But they're players that helped us win games when games were in the balance. They're not going to win Brownlows and all that sort of thing. But they made the team something. Well, that's better than what it is right now. Right.
Fair.
And I think, they're just a couple of players of that sort of caliber, of that, I had to say like lower caliber or whatever.
Like a role player.
Yeah, exactly. That we've shaved off pretty consistently, I think, in the last probably 4 or 5 years or something. That's really come to a massive detriment to the team, and it's suddenly become a talking topic of like, well, why isn't Cripps doing this or Walsh doing that or Wiedering, blah 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 blah. And I think it comes from much higher up in terms of like coaching and I don't know, list development or list sort of design that's really damaged our team, and I think that's the real problem that we face at the moment. Last year, we lost TDK and Kerno and whoever else and all that sort of thing. And we gained a couple of other players that have helped and whatnot, but I'm worried about the team as a whole rather than superstar players and all of that sort of thing. And that's basically my point right now.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah, and we're in a situation where we don't have. I mean, we got rid of our recruiting manager, which was Mick Agresta. We haven't replaced him yet. We don't know what that's going to look like yet. We have a coach who's out of contract end of the year. I mean, if you really zoom out and you look at it properly, 17 players out of contract, new recruiting boss to come in, current coach isn't signed beyond this year, traded to get future first round picks for our best players last year. Well, one of our best last year, and got compensation for the free agents. It's like, it's just the reality of what this year is, really. Like yeah, Gavin, it's a gap year in a way. Like it's just going to change. We're going through, rather than holding on to what was the group for the last 10 years, it's just, we're going to pretty quickly transition into the next wave. And that's a hard one to watch week to week when you know that you've still got 16 games or 16 weeks to go. We have, like 4 months.
Well, yeah, but I think like there's a lot more to a team than just that spine, and
totally.
I feel like the people in charge of Carlton and all that sort of stuff aren't really supplementing or like encouraging those sideline players that you need, like.
Well, we did recruit them, to be fair. Like, I mean, I think Ainsworth's a guy that was a role player, known as a role player. I think Hayward was the same. I think Ainsworth's shown some really good signs. I really like what he's added, not as a star, but as a guy that you can rely on to get his job done. I think Florent is starting to settle as well. Again, not looking at these guys as world beaters, but guys that are just there to do their job. The issue is the guys that have been here for 10 years now they just look just exhausted, like spiritually exhausted.
Yeah.
So
well, that's actually the other issue. I'm very.
Whoop. Yep. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yep. No, that's the other issue that I'm very scared of, which is you said like spiritual, and I feel like there is a deep spiritual rot happening with this team. I remember being very excited with the likes of Mark Murphy and Bryce Gibbs and Matthew Cruiser and that generation of the team. And I think this generation is actually poised to do much better than them. But the rot in Carlton, the fear of winning has condensed a lot more with these guys, and you look at tonight, you look at any game this season and any game really in the last 2.5 years or something, where like these guys just, it's almost like they don't, I know it's so easy to say, but like they don't know how to win. And that's a bad thing, obviously, for our team, but it's so much potent for every other team that's going to play against us. They just know that we're going to panic, we're going to be scared, we can get these guys.
Jim, you make some great points.
Yeah. All right. Well,
is that your first time on the fan cams?
Yeah. Well, it is, Terry. I've always watched. I've loved you. I love Pommy. But it's got to the point where I just feel like I have to get involved because I don't know anything about anything. But I'm very fearful
Yeah.
very fearful right now, and I don't know, got to throw it out there. So,
No, mate, I appreciate your honesty and good on you for sharing it. Thank you.
cheers.
See you, mate. That's lots of new callers. I love to see it. I really do love to see it. Let's go to the other side of the world. I think that's Jade. Jade?
Hey Terry, how are you?
Good. Calling from sunny Italy still?
Yeah, I am. Yeah,
Damn.
still here. Yeah.
What time?
Yeah, I've been quite absent the last few, for a while now. But yeah, because I also had my second baby as well, so second child. So I've been pretty busy. Pretty busy.
Congratulations.
Thanks. Thank you.
And you
It's
still find some
4
time for
o'clock here.
Carlton?
4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
So yeah. I thought I'd get on because I'm like, maybe it's me. Maybe if I come on the fan cams, maybe something's going to change with this team. I mean, I was watching it today, as I've been watching it every week from afar. But even my husband, he's like, I think they're cursed. Like, what the hell happens after halftime? And and you can just feel like,
Yeah.
I don't know, like something's going to happen. It's become like that now what I also hate, and I turn the volume down now because just before the half, the commentary, they all have to talk about our second halves. And it's become just like something that everyone's believing now. So obviously, like, what everyone believes, it comes true. Like the power of the energy, what everyone's thinking is going to manifest. So it's just become like a really bad vicious circle. I mean, I did think last week, the game against Freo, I thought we did put in a good showing for most of it, and I thought maybe something's, even if we didn't win, I said maybe something's shifted here, something's clicked. But yeah, you just kind of, and the sad thing is that our opponents know exactly how to get us. Like, how do you win games when your opponent knows that you could easily cave at a certain point? And they
definitely know it deep. Like the opponents have confidence over Carlton on a really deep mental level.
Yeah, it's really, really strong.
Mhm.
Like you can really feel it, and it's just sad. It's become sad now. Like I was angry watching the game, as I'm always feel invested, but now I'm just like, what's happened to our club? Like, I mean, I get more fun watching other teams play these days, I've got to be honest, than watching our team, because it's just, I mean, you feel like you're watching the same movie every week, so to speak. I feel like something, I don't know, like, when was it? Not last year, the year before, the game against GWS. Since that moment, like that game for me, I don't know, the second half as well, lost the game. They had it, they were there, and then I don't know, they just, it's definitely a mental thing, because
we're a really interesting club for a number of reasons, but I'm just reflecting now when it was good. I'm just trying to remember some of the conversations we were having. We weren't happy unless it was 10-goal wins. I remember we started seeing comparisons from the team of 2020, between 2023 and 2024. I remember comparing them to the 95 team. It's like, oh, is this going to be the best team since 95? Even when we do start winning, we seem to like not even know how to handle it at this point.
Yeah, it's a big case study, this one, I think, because I don't think I've ever seen it. This just ability just to give up, like you can see they know that the momentum shifts. I mean, things just don't go our way. I don't know if you notice at moments where like bounces, like it just does not go in our favor whatsoever. It just like when the momentum shifts, it really does shift. And that's probably belief as well. They don't believe they're going to win. So if they don't believe they're going to win, then what's the point? Like, you know what I mean?
Whole lot of no belief going around on the field and off the field. Fans,
Yeah.
I think fans are more hopeful than what they are believing, if we're all honest.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Well, and you want to win. Like, this is a game. Like, I was like, take it up to them. Like,
yeah.
do you know what I mean? Like, they left us. Like,
Yeah.
you know, like, fight for it.
Yeah.
You know, like they wanted to leave, and I don't know. There's got to be, I don't know. There's passion from us, and we're starting to also, you know, drop off in a sense. People becoming a little bit disinterested. Probably less people going to the games as well. But it's just because we're not feeling anything from them, you know, you know, from the team. And I don't know, at this point, I feel like we need a circuit breaker. And if it means that it's the coach, well, then maybe it is the coach. I don't know. We can't get rid of all the players at this point. So I don't know. Something needs to happen, you know. We need to cut some cord here, because it's just we've become the laughing stock of the AFL. I feel that's how I feel as well.
Again, yeah.
It's pretty grim. But I'm still watching, even if it's like 7 a.m. or 6 a.m. sometimes for me. I'll still wake up and tune in. But so they got me. But yeah, it's just because I love the club. It is.
Well, it's good to see you're still connected. I mean, even though you live on the other side of the world, it's really cool to see you're still connected. So it can be very. I mean, it can be easy to stay in the footy world when you live in Melbourne, but when
for sure.
you know, when you don't live in a footy bubble, it can be very easy to drift away. So,
I'm still hanging in there. Still
Yeah.
hanging in. I
Good
mean,
on you.
the kids are giving me hope as well. Like, seeing them and, you know, and go the reserves as well for winning games. I feel like it has to start from there. And I don't think they were winning a lot of games, and they need to win games. You know what I mean? They need to put in that effort to actually get the result, because the result is also, it's a mental thing, and you build upon that as well. So, so good on them for winning the last three, I think. So good.
Love it. Jade, good to hear from you. Thanks for calling in.
Nice to see you, Jerry. Good luck.
Go Blues.
Bye. Go Blues.
So, yeah. All right. Salah Dionysios.
How are you?
Yeah, good, man.
Yeah. I reckon we lost it the first 10 minutes of that third quarter, right?
Yeah.
When we missed those 2 points, if those two were goals, I think that whole team would have been on it would have been a different sort of game. I hope. That's where my hope lies. And I think that's where we struggle. We get the opportunities and we lose them, which is why I wanted Cripps up the front, because if it's one thing he does do well, right, is he traps the ball, and we need that ball trapped in that first half. I know I listened to what you said, like I think our last conversation sort of thing. You know, he said about Weeders. If I still don't think he's 100%, man, and whether it's the concussion or whether it's an injury or whether it's and I know he's like one of our better players anyway, or a better known name. But if Vossi wants to if Vossi wants to like send a signal, then he needs to go to the VFL, and we need to like look at other people. I mean, he did it with George Hewitt, why can't he do it with like, Weeders? I mean, I just I think I don't think they're playing. I don't think they're playing the people where they should be played. I think we're too concerned about Cripps and whether he's in the middle or whether. I think Cripps just being on the field can make a difference to us. And if he can get his confidence up just by kicking a couple of goals, right? Okay, then that'll translate to the lower half of our team, if I can say it that way.
Yeah. The thing is, though, he's a midfielder and he's there to win the ball. He's a clearance guy. I think he had one clearance. I get what you're saying. Like, he's been playing good footy for the last few weeks. He doesn't need confidence. He has confidence. He came into the game with confidence.
I'm not saying he needs confidence, but I'm saying if he can have like a better impact. For example, right? Okay, when he did kick that goal, right? Okay, I think him kicking a goal has more meaning for the team than like say anyone else, and it allows him to like have a little bit more leadership on the field, if I can say it that way. I don't know what the word is, but you know how it's kind of like that whole servant leadership thing. It's like, okay, I'm going to fucking I'm going to provide you the leadership by putting something on the board for you, and you have to follow me.
Yeah,
I don't think he's doing that in the midfield because the other teams, right, have worked us out in as far as midfield strategy is concerned. We're good at getting the ball, right, but as soon as we try to go from the inside to the out, they know what we're going to do and they know who's going to be there, which is why Sam Walsh has like very little impact. Which is
they
why
were well prepared. Yeah, they were well, and they got their hands to the ball in the air. They won the ruck battle and they dominated and they dictated where the ball went when it was thrown up. But
you're right, they did.
The team
and
out
Cripps
there
was in the middle, right?
Mate, we can talk about Cripps. The team was not inspired to win the game tonight.
Which is okay, and
so we can talk about Cripps playing forward and kicking a goal.
No. My solution to that is to have him up forward so he can trap the ball up forward.
How are we going to win the ball?
There are other players that have to step up. Like if we're saying. If it means that we bring someone from the VFL who's doing a great job, great. It's. I just don't think. I think he's a little bit battered as far as like physically. I mean, McGovern's up there, and I don't understand why they moved him. They moved him, right? They moved him defence.
Yeah,
did they not?
He rotated tonight. Yeah.
Yeah, he rotated. And they rotated him to try to stem the flow of of the footy going back there. I just think that they should have done the reverse. I think they should have kept McGovern up there. I think they should have put Cripps up there and rotated the midfield, put different people in the midfield. Just try something different.
They definitely did. Who knows?
Yeah, okay.
Lockie Cowan played at centre, a lot of those centre ball ups because he was tagging Nas. Mate, we're just no good.
You're right. I agree with you.
We've tried Ains. We're doing all the things. The team's no good,
dude. I agree with you. And the thing that frustrates me is that we're good for a half a quarter, which means the team can actually play, right? But yet for one quarter, right? They kicked 9 goals, and I don't understand. I can't understand how that translates. I mean, I know there's a lot of hate for Vossi at the moment, but I don't think Vossi can do much. It doesn't matter what there's not much more Vossi can do apart from fling magnets around, right? Okay. But if we're getting done in a quarter, right, then I don't see him flinging magnets the way I think another coach would. I think,
Well, I think for starters, the team would be set up in a completely different way, and they would play a completely different style with a different coach. He has his principles he believes in, and he coaches that way.
Yeah.
And whether we like it or not, he'll be coaching until he's not the coach.
Yeah.
And that's just kind of what it is. Yeah, we can give ourselves some emotional outlet by telling the world sack him tomorrow, and that makes us feel good for a moment. He might get sacked tomorrow, he might not, but
I'm still a Vossi fan, dude. I'm still a Vossi fan.
I think he'll go, and he's still going to be, up until this point in my life, the best coach I've seen in my life, which gives you an idea as to what I've seen, right?
Right.
Maybe his time's just come. He's given it a crack. It's going to have been 5 years, and that'll be it.
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel like we as fans say that just to make each other feel good in the moment. Like, oh yeah, okay, well at least we know he's gone. At least we agree that he's going to go. It's like, okay, cool. The club's still we're still pretty cooked in terms of our lack of leadership around the club identity. Said it earlier. Still haven't had an apology or an acknowledgement of what's happened with Elijah in the Collingwood game. The club doctor's taken leave. We're pointing fingers. So we're still doing that. So Vossi and the coaching, that's one part of the story. There's a lot going on here.
And I know a lot of the stuff in the background can affect the footy team, and I get that. I'm not trying to be, I just think I guess in my own way, I'm just trying to come up with an idea or a thought or
I get it,
or something or a reason as to why in our first game of this year we ended up losing. Conceding 12 goals in the quarter, and now we've sort of gone full circle with all the work they've done this year. Now we've hit St Kilda, and we've conceded another 9 in a quarter, and to me, is just confounding, and in my mind, I just feel like there's got to be, how they say, extraordinary claims needs extraordinary evidence, right? Well, these are extraordinary losses, so we need some extraordinary changes, maybe changes that are so left field. We end up with it's just so crazy, it just may work, sort of
I'm down.
I mean, at this point,
I'm down for extraordinary changes. We did the stability thing over the last couple of years, and that's that. Yeah, bring on the chaos, I say.
Yeah. Oh, well, the chaos is going to be at the Gabba next week. And
next week. Oh.
And that's going to be a tough game. But
but you know what's going to happen? Do you know what's going to happen?
Having said that, and this is the eternal blue in me. We've beaten them before at the Gabba, right? Okay. We need all those Blues brothers up in the stands.
No.
Right?
I can just tell. I've seen the story. It'll all week. All of us will say this could be, historic loss, 30-goal loss, 40-goal loss. Might concede 20 in a row. Probably end up losing by 4 goals, and we'll be like, geez, I went in, I thought it was going to be more, and we'll manipulate ourselves to thinking that they're going to put in a good effort.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. And the other thing I'm worried about again is Mackay. The guy concerned. Can't stick a mark, and I don't know.
I forget about that. He didn't get out of the way he was. The way he was leading at the football when he did, there was no urgency and demanding of give me the fucking ball. Whereas
Yeah.
you watch Kemp,
Yeah.
oh mate, Kemp.
Yeah, right.
Ah.
Right.
You
Like
just had to
night
watch
and day.
two of them tonight. Yeah, you had to watch the two of them
Night and
today,
day.
and the willingness to work, like deeply work.
Dude, we outran them in the first two quarters. We outran them, outplayed them, and that we did. We did. I mean, I thought it was obvious. I don't know. We didn't put we just weren't accurate. And you know, the thing that another frustrating, actually, another good moment, right? What about that mark? What
Kemp?
about that mark?
The Kemp mark? Yeah.
Right over the top of the pack. Like, you know, he just dragged it down. Like, I thought that was a great moment for me. And I thought there were other moments that we just Matt Carroll. Thank you.
The Matt Carroll mark. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, mate, this is a kid that's yeah.
And there were some other moments where we transitioned right out of defence, got right to the 50, and then it was just an errant handball that just like didn't make its mark or didn't hit its spot or we just fumbled it over, and then it just I mean, those moments, it's those things, it's that polish that we don't have, and I don't know how to I don't know how we find that. We have to recruit that, right? And yeah, we have to recruit that.
Yeah. Anyway, mate, away we go, hey? Thank you very much.
A win next week. Right? 20 points.
I'll take
20 points. Come on.
Take care, mate.
See you, man.
See ya. Danny.
Terry, man, how are you?
I'm good. I know what the problems are. I want you to give me the solution. I don't want to go over the problems. I know what they are.
Give me the solutions.
No, give me the solutions. Danny, I know you have the answers. I know you have the answers.
At 12:22 a.m., you're asking me for fucking solutions to Carlton's game plan, man. Is that going to get from me? But
I know you have the answers, bro.
You know what? I haven't been coming on fan cams for some time, and it's just because how many times can I repeat myself, man? We've spoken about this since when, Terry? 2022 when I first came on fan cams. But you know what? I'm just gonna say this. I'm actually scared of a win now, because this is therapy for me. Like I'm almost like I accept it. Or you know what? We're gonna lose, and I'm gonna jump on fan cams. I'm just gonna listen to you talk, Joe, speak to Pommy, speak to all of you guys, and all be better. But yeah, man, it's just Terry kept talking about, there's going to be a game. Like, we've been close, we've been showing effort, we've been in the last quarters. Okay, our second halves are better. And this was your game. This was the one that just breaks the camel's back, It just
because coming into the game, I thought there was, the patches that we were giving away to concede the game were played against Freo away, Adelaide away, Collingwood, MCG. Like, they're pretty good teams. Especially those away teams. They're hard games to win. The Freo one was without Harry and I think Pito, right? So I was able to see, like this application to the task at hand. And we were limited. Whereas tonight I went into the game and look, the Saints are good, give them credit. Are they as good as the teams we played in the previous 3 weeks? I'd say not. No. So for that reason, I thought you bring that same application, you get the win tonight. Or give yourself a chance to get the win. And then what happened was what I actually thought might happen in Freo last week and Adelaide was we lost by 40 points. Just the way it opened up and the way that they accepted it tonight was the alarming one.
The other thing that kind of just didn't make sense to me. Hold on, my AirPod just kind of died. Let me just plug in the other one. Hopefully you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Perfect. 1 second, Terry. Sorry. Hopefully this works. Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect. Yeah. No, man, it's that for sure. 39 points and all of that stuff. I was thinking with Freo, they put the Q in the rack, but we showed character in the last quarter. But the thing is, Terry, this has been happening since the second half of 2024 when we get on a run, we present really well first 2 quarters, and then whenever the other opposition coach just kind of tinkers the game plan and kind of figures it out, then we just don't have an answer. And the reason we
Yeah.
don't have an answer, or the proof is in the pudding, man. It's like 9 goals unanswered, Terry. And at this point, I'm not even disappointed. Like if we lose to Brisbane, like what worse can happen? Like we lose by 100 points, or even the last quarter, that's going to be a sugar hit. But this is the thing, like Terry. Remember we kept speaking about Pirro getting up for this game, and he conceded 3 fucking free kicks from the center bounces in the third quarter, and really just got his colors lowered, man. It was that's where we lost the game. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Like our
Yeah, we
center
got beaten in
bounces,
the middle.
exactly. Like we got smashed, bro. Like unbelievable, and just
Yeah.
Nazar, like coming on Nazar was actually a good plan until it wasn't, because Brad Hill got off the chain. His kicks, man, his penetrating kicks, like it was amazing. And then all our on-field leaders, just not standing up for Harry Dean when he did what he did. But you know what? This is what I'm gonna say. One tackle by Cripps in the entire game was diabolical. I just couldn't understand what happened there. And then with Volchi, like I see him as a star of our team. We compare him to all the other stars of the competition, and then I see him and just the decisions that he makes with the ball, man, just getting inside 50, turns the ball over. It just same with Chera, and Volchi, I hold him to higher standard because we expect so much from him. He's the Gary Ayres medalist, in 2023, and we know how good he can be. So it's frustrating to see what happens with him. And then, as you said, Terry, I agree with it. A problem with us fans is that we kind of just are like starstruck. Like the guy before me just said that, he's a fan of Vossi, and Vossi is not the issue. Fuck yes, man, Vossi is the issue, and he has been the issue for all this time. And we've seen it in the coaching box happen again and again and again. We've seen the same movie happen. It just kind of repeats itself. And what's your take on Wiedering, Terry? I'm actually really intrigued to see what's happened with him, not demonstrating for his place. What's going on?
I don't know, man. I gave him the benefit of the doubt last week because he had the really bad knee to the head only weeks before that. I don't know. Definitely concerned now. Something's just not right with him. The Harry Dean double free kick, not being the first one to desperately get around him and set him straight, was the one for me with Wiedering, where I thought, okay, it's time for you to get out of yourself and get into somebody else. And I just thought now, I don't know. I said last year, Charlie didn't check out, but he obviously did. I'm not going to sit here and say that Wiedering's checked out. I just, if we get to the end of the year and we have this whole repeat scenario again, then okay, we'll get to the end of the year and then we'll say, okay, well, at least we noticed it. But he's a leader of the club, long-term deal. I think he'll fight his way through it.
I agree with you on that. And you know why I agree with you is also because he got the same monstrous offer that TDK got a year ago. The year before TDK got the offer. So the fact that he stuck fat with us, and he led, exactly, he stayed. And he had the same kind of offer, 1.6, I think it was, and he stayed with us. So I don't think I think the issue is, Terry, I think it's very apparent that they just don't want the coach to be there, and they just lost confidence in what he has to offer. It's so fucking evident now, bro. It's just unbelievable, staring us in the eyes. But Terry, I always told you it was always Kerner's forward line, and you see why. Because when the lights are they're just there at Mackay, they're shining on him. He just cannot fucking do anything, man. It's just unbelievable, man. Imagine Kemp leading to the ball better than Mackay, who's a fucking main forward, man. And he's a fucking Coleman medalist, bro. What the fuck is going on, bro? I just don't understand the attitude.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Let's just focus. Okay. Yeah. We're looping here. Sorry.
So what do you want to talk about?
Solution. And if we can't,
It's just this, right? You just got to rip the Band-Aid off when it comes to coaching. And I've been saying this for the longest time, I think the buy is at max they can go, because you can't have this for fucking another 3-4 months, Terry. There's 2/3 of the season left. You can't keep, going on with the same thing that we watched over and over and over again. So I hope that happens. And also just one other thing that I want to really raise is that the communication is missing. When we're on the field, we kind of get in the way of each other. One player is going to mark the ball, another player is going to mark the ball. They're spoiling each other, and then return, it results in a goal. So Just pull the plug on Voss. And
Okay,
yeah.
pull the plug on Voss. Josh Fraser, see you there Monday in the coach's seat.
Bro, I don't know who's gonna help us, but I'm lost for answers, Terry. As I said, I don't have answers for you, bro. All I have is just
more questions.
Questions, exactly.
All right, man. Thanks for calling in.
Have a good night.
See you, man. All right. Let's go to Colin. Hello, mate.
Hey, Terry, how are you?
I'm well, mate. How are you?
You can hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Cool. Solutions, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'll give you my opinion. It's not easy, mate. There's 18 other clubs. They're all trying to do exactly the same thing. And I reckon it all has to go back to footy training. I think that's where that's where you get your improvement from. I think that you got to coach individuals, not teams, because the people are individuals. They care about their careers, and that's what they want to do. So you have to get them to walk off a training track and think, I think I'm a little bit better. I think I learned something. You know what I mean? I think I'm better at ground balls. I think I can handball with my left hand. I think I can kick with my left foot. I think that I've got better body language. You know, that's the kind of thing that I would be focusing on, because we have to figure out how we can do better than the other 18 clubs during the week. And we recruit players, and if we didn't recruit those players, I'm sure another team would recruit them in the next few picks later. So I don't think that it's just recruiting that we can blame. I think it's development. I think that's where we really need to be better than the other 18 teams, so that we'll end up with better players. Because a footy match is, what is it? You're 80% chaos, and even more in finals.
Yeah.
So, you know, you can't talk about team and stand here and do that and things like that, because if you look at a footy match, you'll just see chaos all the time. You know, quick kick out there, quick handball to space, you know, people contesting all the time. So the ones that fumble, the players that fumble the least are the ones that are going to stand out.
So true. It's very true.
And that's what they should be doing. Every opportunity they get, they should be trying to improve those individuals. Fuck talking about teams. You know what I mean? Like, okay, so there's a time and a place, especially defensively, yeah, where you can say, oh, let's set up in the back half when we kick the ball across the ground a bit, because we're going to leave ourselves open and things like that. But generally, it's going to be a lot of chaos. In fact, there's always a contest before every goal, whether it's in the forward 50 or whether it's, you know, in the middle of the ground. There's always going to be a 50-50. You know what I mean? Like, you might be allowed to kick the ball to each other to the halfway point, but then the opposition aren't going to let you just play keepings off all the way up. And one of the things that really, I've done a lot of coaching in my time, and the first thing you want to think of when you get the ball is, from a free kick or a mark, or when you've got a bit of time, is how can I help my team get a goal? Not how can I maintain possession? Good wing play is fucked. You want to get a goal. You don't want to be going, oh, did you see us play grouse on the wing? Fuck, we're good, yeah. You know, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
We want players like, look at Weeders as a super footballer, and all he wants to do is play keepings off. He kicks it to the 18-year-old to the side. So not only is he making it easy for the opposition to defend us because we're squashed on one side of the ground, but he's giving it to an 18-year-old, and then he'll point down the ground and say, hey mate, kick it that way, like he's forgotten which way to kick it. Like, mate, he should be the one who should be tearing up the middle of the ground. And if he gets caught, well, he gets caught. But if he's never been like that. I don't want to pick on it, and like on Wiedering, because he's a fantastic player overhead, but he's got so much more to offer, And yeah. I don't think Sack and Voss is the answer unless you really want to win the wooden spoon, because he's a very good people person. He's not a tactical coach. We all know that, and that's a bit disappointing because you have to be able to be a game day coach. But if he had good players, he would be a sensational coach, Michael Voss. I think it's I think we have to just change the way that we think about how we're developing each person as an individual. That's
a really interesting point there, because especially these days, so many different personalities. It's not like it used to be. It's not one size fits all. Even when they do their rehab plans and their strength and conditioning plans, it's all individualized. And yeah, that's the magic. That's the magic in there, isn't it? With coaching and managing people, whether it's a sports team or a business. I mean, how you are able to communicate with every individual and get them to buy into what you're saying, and sort of push the right button in the right way for the individual.
Absolutely, because who are the players playing for? The players are not passionate like you and me are about our footy club. I mean, they're getting paid, they're professionals. Like you and me would have probably tried to knock Silvani and DeConning out, mate, right, on the ground, right? They're not going to do that. So you've got to figure out what's going to motivate them, and that would be, really like loving your coach, because your coach is making you better, because your coach is teaching you things personal things that you can really use to get better with. Like I've seen, players doing inside out handballs. Like, what the fuck's that shit? You know what I mean? Like they should be handballing left hand over to him, and then no, I'll handball it right hand around the corner like that, right onto the grass. You know what I mean? Like, mate, I used to. Jezza used to say, you don't win this game, mate. Right, okay, make sure you turn up on Tuesday night. I mean, there was consequences.
Yeah,
these guys don't have any consequences, and you've got to find.
Well, you know what I think part of the solution could be, because one thing I'm noticing with players this year, the ones that are out of you can tell who's out of contract and who's in contract by the way that they play the game.
Absolutely, you can, mate.
Fascinating.
Absolutely. And and look, Silvani taught us that like we loved the Silvanis because we thought, look how they're as close as you can get to the passionate follower like you or me and the rest of the crew out here, the gang of fan cammers. But no, he's not. He went to another footy club, which you and me would never do, and all the fan cammers would never do. And he's as close as you can get to it. So, to coach these people, these players, we have to, like you said, mate, we have to get into their idiosyncrasies, get into their individual personalities, and help them be better at ground balls, and help them be better at overhead marking, and help them be better at left foot kicks, and just constantly just hammer out, 500 kick. I don't give a shit what those dickhead high performance morons, right? Okay, want to say. You're gonna do 500 kicks, which freaks me out. Like goal kicking freaks me out, because what's your best kick, mate? What's your best kick, Terry? Like, for example, let's say, is it a a kick at high speed, a kick standing still, or a kick at half speed when you're playing footy? What kick?
As in
Whenever
when I'm
enjoy,
receiving it or when I'm kicking?
you. If I said to you, here's $1 million if you kick this goal, right? What type of kick, right? Okay, would you do, right? Your preference kick? Would you walk up and kick it, or would you run
Shot
up
on
and
goal?
kick it?
You mean a shot on goal?
Yeah.
I would say about 30 meters out, slide angle to the left.
Okay. Now, I would say to you, your best kick is the kick that you've done the most, obviously, because it's the one that you've done the most. Now, that's the one where you kick with your mates 25 meters away from each other before footy training starts. You kick one step, you kick it to him. One step, you kick it to him. He kicks it back to you. You kick it back to him. You kick it back to him. You do that about 50 times, then you start footy training, right?
Yeah.
That's why when they're on the halfback flank, right, and they get a kick, they can hit the 25-meter kick perfectly, like dead set straight off one step. You know, they're the kicks you want to kick for goal. They're the kicks that are your straightest kicks, the kicks that you practice the most, the kicks that you've done the most. It freaks me out when Harry wants to put the ball on the grass, have a bit of a think about, what is it I'm doing here? Oh, that's right. I'm supposed to kick this leather bag of wind. So he picks it back up again.
Yeah.
And then he has a bit of a swing at it. And how many times would he have done that growing up?
Yeah.
Never. He's better off just having a little, just do your kick that, do the kick that you've practiced the most in your lifetime.
Yeah. Good point. Colin, mate, thank you very
No
much
worries.
for that. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, me too, mate. Thank you for having me on. You're doing
Thanks, Paul.
fantastic, mate. Keep up the good work.
Go Blues.
You're a superstar.
See you, mate.
See you, mate.
It's good stuff. Thank you, Colin. Foil Grim Timmy, you are from the US. You'll always love Carlton. It's great to have you here, mate. All right, Gav.
G'day, mate. How are ya?
I don't look as
You got me?
comfortable as you. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
You got me?
That's all right. Yeah, got ya. Yeah. I was just the mental gymnastics you go through on a daily basis watching Carlton. I went upstairs, lied in bed, and I'm just lying there. I'm just thinking, and then I just started to seethe and like doom and gloom. So I'm like, I'll come down here and I'll just jump on the fan cams. I don't get on here much, so jumping on here, and then I'm like watching, and I'm thinking, oh, it's not that bad. No, it's all good. And then I think one of the callers said that we've got Brisbane next week, and then the thought shot into my mind, oh, the last game I went to, home and away game, was the GWS game in 24 down in Sydney. And then next week we've got the Gabba game, and I'm going to that. So I'm just like, oh, hang on a minute. This could be a sign, I might break the curse next week. That's what goes through this mind, Terry. This is where I'm at.
Could I give you a bit of insight into my version of that today?
Yeah.
So, mate, this one's trust me, I'll make you feel like you were. I think we all do it. I think a lot of us tonight do it. So, I'm training for a half marathon, right? And what I've been doing is on game day, I go for the long run in the week. So, I'm building up. I'm starting from 0 in January to like literally 40 minutes, 45 minutes, 50, 55. Today, like I haven't cracked 60 minutes. Straight. And so today I'm like, I'm going to do it today. And then it got me thinking like, the boys, they're playing three quarters of a game.
This is just what happens.
Got the full game. Maybe if today I go for the full run, get the full hour in, it's just that 5 or 10 minutes extra than what I've been doing. I'll be prepared for a full game's effort.
It was even watching the reserves, and I watched Cody Walker hit up George Hewitt with the right foot, like it just come off the side of his boot perfectly and hit him on the chest. And I'm just like, everything's going to be okay. It's all going to be okay. Oh, and then, sat down. I actually watched the game tonight with a Hawthorn mate just on like Zoom, like sort of watched it, and like it's just the fact that they just all feel sorry for us. That's the worst part about it for me. It's like supporters from other teams, it's not even like they don't even give you shit anymore. It's just
You know what it is? It's like they've started to be like, okay, I get it. It was funny because you're Carlton fans. Like it's like, okay, it's not even funny anymore. It's actually sad.
Yeah. It's a tricky one. Like, and I'm always positive kind of thing. That's the way I sort of roll. I always try and find the little positives out of it. But tonight was a tough, very tough watch. It was just, it was a real passion, like breaker, really. Like it just, I just watched it and just, it was hard to find the positives out of it. And especially like you watch a team like Collingwood on Thursday night, and they were like, Hawthorn are clearly better than them, but they come out and they had, like, they played this game style where they just stopped Hawthorn from moving the ball. So no matter what, they'd tackle him, but they'd bring him to the ground, and then they'd allow their players to like set up further up the ground. That's just how they played the game. And they ended up like drawing the game, essentially. They nearly won it. But like it's just, they have a leader on every part of the ground, and they just are so well drilled. And they don't even have stars. It's not like they've got the most, the biggest stars in the game. They're just all role players, and they're all on the same level, and it doesn't matter who they play, they're always a chance of winning. Whereas it's just, I felt like that game tonight, we couldn't afford to lose to St Kilda. That was just like, it just broke the spirit. It just broke the spirit. Sure. And I think, like, looking at it now, it's like, unfortunately, you sort of look at Vossi and you're like, I can't see a pathway back from that. But it's hard to know what's ahead too. Like, I'm pretty positive about the list we've got. Like, I think anything can be fixed. Like, they're all professional footy players, and sometimes you just need that guy to come in. Whether or not Graham Wright's got someone in mind or whatever, but just that new face, new head to come in, get a half decent coaching group around him, and just be able to motivate him and just do those 1% things like Collingwood on Thursday night, the tackle, bring him to ground. Like, that's not a skill-based thing. That's just like everybody on the same level who you're playing with, doing the same thing, and just, like being on the same page. We just look so disconnected.
I see a comment here from Timmy, who is tuning in from the US. Collingwood has a brotherhood. Modern Carlton is just a bunch of contractors.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's so true. Yeah. Spot on for you.
Yeah. I mean, you can just tell we knew when the team was connected in a deep way, when they were playing good footy and making finals. This team is just not. They're not a brotherhood.
They're not playing for their mates, and that's the other thing. Like, watching the VFL today, everybody wants to bring in Billy Wilson, or bring in like Ison and all that. I'm thinking the other way. I'm like, let them play together. This year, it's a gap year, like I said in the chat before. It's like, let them play together in the VFL and just get connection, and just play with your mates, have fun, just like get that connection. And then next year, that's when we start to get them in and just bleed them in. Like, let them just play and win games. I think we're going to spoil them if we bring them into the seniors this year. The year's cooked. Like, that's the way it seems. And it just feels like we've got a really good bunch of young guys in there. And they're getting that connection. You can actually see it. A few things broke down today, don't get me wrong, but when it's moving, it's moving. And I think we've just got some young guys in there, especially Ison and stuff. I think he'd be better off just playing at that level for this year, and then, go to that next step. But even you sort of see like Harry Dean tonight. That was another one. It was hard watching like him just not getting backed up. Like, he's such a good, like, hard player, and he just didn't get that support, and it's just tough watching that too. You know,
he's learning because he's got what he's got is what I wish a lot of the other players had when they started. Like, so Harry Dean's got the baseline level of it. I'd rather a player be over aggressive and you just
he's got the second effort too. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
It's like that like you may fuck up and like miss out on a contest or go for a tackle and sort of like miss the player or whatever, but he gets up and has another go, like that second go at the cherry, you know. And there's a couple of players that just don't have that, and they just give up, or they do the one-handed tackle. I'd rather him give away a free kick, to be honest, than like do a one-handed tackle or not even go for a tackle. Like, just do something, like play to support your team. It just seems like they're just, some of them are just out there like trying to get TV time or something. I don't know. It just, it was just disheartening in that last half or whatever it was. Like, I sort of zoned out when we started. Soon as we started to, that rock crept in, you could see it was like Cooper Sharman. I think he was the one that sort of got off the chain at one point. And I was saying to my mate, I'm like, you could just predict it. I'm like, oh, watch this. It'll go up the other end. He'll mark it and he'll kick a goal. You can almost, you watch that many games of Carlton and you can just see when this run's going to happen.
So
no stopping that momentum.
I actually pointed it out earlier than what I usually like figure it out. So third quarter, there was a communication breakdown between Zach Williams, Chera, and Francis Evans, and it just allowed Bradley Hill to find space for that goal. And then there was the next one. I was sitting with Paul Sebastiani was next to me, and he said, "What's Saad doing on Cooper Sharman?" And then 20 seconds later, Cooper Sharman takes the mark, kicks the goal, and I wrote down. And I had written down straight away, I wrote down straight away, like, here it is, like, here's the laps. And then lo and behold, I think they kicked 4 more in a row after that.
Yeah. And there's no plan in place to sort of like stop that, or there's no one that can even come in and just, even just lay a massive tackle and just get that like energy back, that's what a good team will do. They'll just throw a huge, like they'll get one player in that just an aggressive tackle, even if you go high and you give away the free kick, at least it's like making a bit of a statement or just doing something to sort of like just show a bit of strength. But that's sort of, we just lack that. And I think that's what teams prey on too. They sort of look and go, oh, we've got them now. Like they've dropped their heads. We're going to just, let's go. They're probably got a plan in place for that too. Like that's just what good teams do.
Yeah.
So it's tough, but I'm trying to take those positives out of it. Today it was just that little kick by Cody Walker, and I'm like,
the spin move, that was good.
Yeah, that's all I need, just to something like that, and I'll grab hold of it and just go, it's all going to be okay.
Nah, mate, thanks very much for calling in, and even just
that's
just
good.
being around.
I better go up to bed. I'm like, this is way past my bedtime, so
get some sleep.
Well, good luck anyway, mate, and thank you very much for all that you do. So good luck tonight for the rest of the crew that comes through. But go Blues.
Thanks, mate. Go Blues. All right, let's go to Kyriakos. Hello, sir.
Terry, good evening. Good morning. Good morning almost.
Do you want me to call you back? Are you driving?
I am driving, but I'm hands-free. Is that okay with you or not okay with you?
Yeah, I mean, if you're hands-free, mate, it's good to go, as long as you're comfy.
Yeah, I don't know how the viewing is coming out because obviously no lighting in the car, but let's see how we go anyway. Mate, firstly, if I can just say thank you, brother, for what you do, echoing, most of the sentiments through most of the callers. It's a great way to at least let out what's inside, mate. But I want to maybe look at this from a slightly different point of view. I'm almost 60, so I had the privilege of following Carlton in their halcyon days, and football was very different. Many would think of it as very different back then. Zoning was different, recruiting was different, capacity for list management was different, and many would argue that Carlton sort of benefited from, I guess, being on top, therefore being able to stay on top. But, something that interests me, and I'm curious about your thoughts on this. I mean, the modern era, drafting is no longer secret work. It's very open, very clear. player capability is very measured. And so I'm curious. Many people watch Carlton today and think they're slow, think they're unfit almost. And so my question is, how is that possible in a time where all forms of performance testing is almost uniform? How is it possible for Carlton to actually be slow, actually be unfit, when in fact the science behind recruitment today is almost uniform?
So I actually don't think these guys are unfit. I think they don't. I think one of the things that's really clearly lacking is I don't think they deeply, like with their soul, love Carlton. Like it's one thing I've learned over the last couple of weeks speaking to the former players. It's just the deep love for the club, like deep, and that's fine. Like it's a job for them, and they're entitled to be in that position. They don't play like they're a part of something that's greater than them. They don't like hook into it. They don't do it, whether it's they refuse to or they just wire differently. And
do you believe momentum and belief is real and valid in football?
Momentum
and belief, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Do you believe they're valid? Do you believe they're valid commodities in football?
Yeah.
Because I think watching Carlton, and this is really scary. Having followed footy for so long, one of the stats that would be very, very relevant to me about culture within a club, and this would not happen very often, but some clubs would concede more goals in the last quarter of a game from a winning position than what they'd conceded for 3 quarters. Carlton's done that 3 times this year, and it's a trait that's very synonymous with clubs that are working within a belief system that is contrary to their actual game. So this is a performance game. It's built on winning. But Carlton almost plays like they are working on the momentum of a losing culture, and they're just waiting for that moment to confirm, yes, here it is again. It's actually, that's why I wrote tonight in some of the comments. I feel like for Carlton, there's there's almost like a psychological seed within them that they're only needing one moment of evidence to confirm that they're not good enough, and it seems to almost play out. It's actually quite scary to watch, because I go back to what I said before. I actually don't think player capability is a secret any longer. The draft process has neutralized all of that. And so I feel like there's almost like an inherent psychological problem. That's why I don't believe Voss is the problem, not in the sort of holistic way. I definitely think you can get to a place where there's so much loss of confidence in the team that it wouldn't matter what Michael said, the ears aren't hearing it anymore. But I think it's bigger than just to blame the coach, as though somehow the replacement of one man will change a cultural problem. This club has been developing this problem, seems to me at least anyway, for quite some time. I called it the perfect storm at the turn of the century when players came out, grew a conscience, and well, you could call it ratting on the club, but call it for what it is. Carlton was held accountable for salary breaches. All of a sudden, no draft picks. Suddenly, club league expansion. When we were back for draft picks, out of the picture for 2 or 3 years. Suddenly, you bring in free agency. It was like this perfect storm that ensured that Carlton just sat inside of this ether of nothing for a while. But that coupled with a lot of change, like the club seems to have had very little stability in 2 decades. I don't know of many clubs that have birthed success through instability. In recent times, I go back to Richmond and think of, the universal view on Hardwick. And I don't think there were many people that wanted him at the club. Brendan Gale stood up, was a voice of reason inside of chaos. Sure enough, within 2 years, their first flag, and all of a sudden, another 2 that follow. I just feel like maybe Carlton's commitment over the next little while might be less about win-loss week to week, and more about the stats that are leading indicators about psychology changing. Like if you go back and watch tonight's game, you have certain camera access that allows you to watch movement off the ball. Some of the callers talked about it. You know, Vinny sort of mentioned it, and the guy with the beanie. That, you know, insight about how guys were off the ball, and there's almost like this internal questioning of what do I do. And you know, if you've ever played footy players don't do that, mate. They movement off the ball, and if you watch clubs that are prolific at being present until the final bell, movement off the ball, work off the ball it's almost correlated to the psychology of a player. And if you watch the Blues off the ball, there's a lot of standing still. It's almost as though they're unconvinced about their own ability. And I think that's something maybe the club could ponder on, not for the sake of a, like I said, win-loss record. That'll almost produce itself. I'd be far more interested in seeing the club address, you know, what I call headspace stats. You know, the sort of stats which are leading indicators about the psychology of the footballers. And maybe the last thing I'll say is this, and this is really a word to all of us who call ourselves fans of the club. I understand that emotion overflows. I think back in the day when I was watching footy, for example, in the 80s, and St Kilda and Melbourne were the two clubs who were cellar dwellers. St Kilda had been so for a very long time. Melbourne had been a powerhouse club through the 50s and 60s. And suddenly they both found themselves as cellar dwellers, right? But because of, I guess, the media condition back then, you only heard about it for a day or two after the game, and it was done. And this is simply how media worked. You know, today, Carlton can't escape the negative press. And I'm not saying that, we're not permitted to be emotional, but Carlton can't escape. Carlton players can't escape the negative narrative. And maybe that's just a word for us about maybe using the space we have for something a little bit different than just condemning the players. You know, this club, and like you said, you spoke to some you spoke to some legends of the club, and this club has a rich history, a really rich history, not just on the field, but off the field as well. That's a real rich history, and maybe there's a word for us here to just maybe take a step back for a moment. And as one of your commenters said, it's amazing how quickly we forget about the bad days when we finally taste good days. And so, anyway, that's my heart bleeding moment, Terry. Thank you for giving me time and space, brother. And good luck with your half marathon, by the way.
Thanks, mate.
Impressive, mate. As a man who was a long-time athlete, done a lot of half marathons, and stuff. It's a lot of fun. A lot of hurt, a lot of pain, but a lot of fun.
No, mate. Thank you very much. I've really enjoyed your insights.
Thank you, Terry. Have a great rest of the weekend, my friend. And who knows? I may be back one day to have another chat. Cheers, mate.
Always welcome. See you, mate. That was very good. All right. Chris.
Hey, buddy. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for your patience.
Oh, no worries, bro. That Nate just then, what a cracker. Good bloke.
Great. Lots of fresh faces and fresh perspectives. Have you called in before?
I have. Look, it's the first time for this season. I've been kind of biding my time a little bit. And I thought today, you know what? This was the one for me just because I was kind of, I'm not glad this happened, but I think the supporter base needed to see us lose this way to understand where we are as a team. I think I was getting a little annoyed previous weeks seeing people really buy into that late charge against Freo. I really didn't put much stock into it, to be honest, mate. I don't know about yourself. But today was bad. And I know you kind of heard it all day already. So you were kind of talking before about solutions. Are you kind of like on you want to see micro solutions or macro solutions?
Oh, mate.
Where are you at?
Where I'm at, I think the club needs a philosophical realignment with what it is. And, I think we've strayed too far away from the fundamentals. You just sort of start here. Yeah. I mean, we can't be having our players breaking down on the field regardless. You can do whatever you want at the footy club and, all this rubbish. You can do anything. You can sell anything you like. But at the core of what the club does, it cultivates an environment for healthy minds and healthy bodies. I think we start there and then everything else follows from there. But that's just got to be the the basis for it. And as I said earlier, one of the callers just there, there's a reason why this team keeps falling apart, because it's not, we're watching them. They don't feel like they're connected to something greater than themselves.
Mm.
And they haven't for a while. And they did for a 12-month period. But that's because they bought into each other. They bought into each other, and now that time is gone. And now it's nothing but a beautiful memory a couple of years back. You know,
and this is the question, and I think where you got to come to kind of like it's a bit of a crossroads, like practically. We do have to kind of decide, obviously it's up to the club, but as a fan, you got to kind of think, am I holding on to this old guard of this team? Or am I looking into the future? Because I just don't think you can do both. You can't. And like just on a micro level, man, things like selecting Adam Cherra over Cooper Lord, I don't see the benefits here. This is a very specific micro thing. I don't want to get stuck on that. But it's these little decisions, and I'm like, look, where are you going? Are we still trying to win? Are we trying to build for the future? Because I don't really care for like close games and almost losses anymore. What's the point? It doesn't bring me any satisfaction. And yeah, it really hurts when I see we're making the same mistakes, I think, year after year. And I think last year, to be honest, mate, I actually didn't know that. I forgot that we re-signed Cherra. And I keep using him. I don't want to get stuck with him. I apologize for doing that. But like,
no, it's fine. It hasn't actually been brought up tonight properly individually.
It's like, what's the mentality? Because I personally, like, as just using him as an example, and we can look at a lot of examples like this, I don't know his player profile. I don't know why we play him. And when you see a young kid doing well, it's just like, I just really wonder where everyone is at. And like, you kind of worried me what you said last week, not a bad, like you said something that was really striking last week. I heard what you thought about Wiedering, how he's starting to look like he's checking out like Kerno. And I was like, holy shit, you got a very, very good point. We're not saying it's happening, but the signs are there. And when it's happening with these senior players, to be honest, Wiedering was the last bastion where I was like, please no. You start seeing this bloke go, that's trouble.
I don't think he's checked out. I'm not there yet. I think
not yet,
showing like serious signs of frustration.
Yes.
And there's a lack of trust between he and his teammates. But you know, and it's hard to be on the outside looking in, trying to apportion. Well, hang on a minute.
Very hard. Yeah.
How much work have you done on your communication styles with your teammates? You're a captain. You're a leader. You need to evolve. So it's tricky. But it's a really harsh thing to say that someone's like checked out.
No, and I'm not going to say it either, like 100%. But we look at signs, right? We're like, we think about probability. What do we think is happening right now? Like that's the only way I can really think of like how do we look at solutions? It's like, okay, let's look at what's happened previously. We know that we lost a lot of senior players last year because they didn't want to be here. They got better offers. They knew there were better options. And to think that that's not happening, I can't remember who it was, but someone else mentioned previously. Great point. Waiters did get this offer a while back. Now, was it 23? He got it and he turned it down. Like no shit, he turned it down then. You know, had he had the foresight, the advantage that Jack Silvani had last year, that Tom DeConey had last year, to know we're kind of on the outs as this group. It's not really gelling. It's not working. They got out. Yeah, it's kind of scary to think if he was in that situation and he probably would have taken it, man. For that money, I think he's, you know.
I think they were all under the assumption that they would stick together.
Yep.
Kerno himself said it in January I'll never forget it, 28th of January. He said, you know, we've all made this secret pact with each other and, you know, we're not going to be leaving. And I think when it became clear that DeConing was leaving, Kerno was keen to leave. And I think that's just going to be the start of it. And I think that the infamous 2015 draft class, I don't know if they'll all be here in 5 years from today. It's hard to
5 years.
Yeah.
Man, yeah, look,
I definitely am going to find it easier as I live more and watch.
You'll see more generations come and go.
Yeah, I'm less attached to.
Yes, exactly.
Like as in, as you know, if they're going to come here and act like contractors, then they're going to be treated like contractors.
That's exactly right, and I don't think there's anything we can do. Again, not as supporters, but as a club, when I do think it just seems like there's a bit of this mentality with the senior players. And when we look at games that are close, like even previous weeks, your difference makers are your elite players. All good teams who are very powerful in the fourth quarter, it's always their elite players who step up and make the difference. Now, I'll compare to our captain, Patrick Cripps, in the last 2 quarters. And I'm not going to have a Patrick Cripps shitting on session. I'm not really about that. But he's playing like he's 29-year-old Patrick Cripps. And he's taking on challenges that maybe years ago he could have barged through, but he's turning over the ball. He's doing nonsensical kicks where he's not thinking that it's turnovers. And like, as a captain, dude, to see that from, what do you expect from the rest of the team? You know? So for me, there's not a lot you can do short term. And there's a whole, don't butcher the young ones, don't get them in too early and you ruin their mentality. But then there's the little things like, okay, so someone like Cooper Lord, he's proven himself. Why do we drop something like this?
Yeah,
that one. What is the point? You know,
that one lost me. That one completely lost me. Do you reckon maybe because they tagged Nas with Cowan that meant Cooper? Like, I don't know.
None of this really adds up, and it's always easy to say that after the fact, but it just week after week. This, like I said when he did select him, I said this is just a crazy situation. This is a crazy decision because look, we're dropping George Hewitt. Most likely, we're getting rid of him next year. He's just he doesn't fit our mold anymore. It seems like. That's just what I believe. It's not 100%. Why are we going to pick? If we're going to pick one of Chera or Hewitt, why are we not picking Hewitt? What does Chera provide? Again, I'm getting stuck on Chera. I'm sorry, but it's like, where do the decisions come from, man? Where do they come from? I don't get it. Yeah. Anyway, look, I won't hold any longer, bro.
No, you're right. I just wanted to add on the Chera thing. I was talking about it tonight at the game. I was like, he just exists,
dude. Okay, when he came to the club, I was under I don't watch a lot outside of Carlton, so I was under the impression he's this silky smooth kind of like playmaker. You know, I watch a lot of soccer, so I speak in the wrong terms sometimes, but he's like, I don't know how to explain it. I was like, okay, he's going to have a great kick. He's going to be able to find targets. He's going to have poison the ball, mate. Where is that? Where has it ever been? I've never seen it. And then we do things like sign them for another 4 years. The problem is, like, yeah, I know these days, like, that doesn't mean a lot, but someone like him, he doesn't have value on the market. So we're stuck with him. And now we got to make the decision.
This is the other part about these conversations, which I think a lot of us can get emotional about. Like, yeah, we'll trade Harry. Like, cool. If we think he's shit, do you think what are the other clubs going to think? Unless the other clubs think that they've got the best environment for these players and all they do need is a fresh start. Yeah,
I do think I did think it was funny, the thing with Brisbane, that the whiteboard zoomed in on Ben Mackay's little thing. The tactics is like low confidence. And I'm like, it's so funny. You could probably do the same thing. Look at if they had won St Kilda today, it would probably say the same thing about Mackay. But like a player like that, Mackay, I made this long-winded comment on a video of yours like early last year, right when he had to take that mental health break. And my comment was basically like, I know this is mean and I'm not having to go at people with mental health at all, but we got to understand when a player is at peak value, when we can get the most for him, and when it's not working out for us, we kind of got to look at these moments and see like, what can we get? And unfortunately, it does now. That feels like that ship has sailed because everyone is seeing what Mackay has been like over the last 2 years. But last year, very early, I was like, look, this problem, this mentality issue, it sucks. I really hate it for him. Like, as a person, I care. You know, he's a human being, but as an asset to the club, mate, to be a leader on the money you're at, and this goes for all the leaders, you have to have elite mentality and you can't be disappearing for weeks. And when you are here, you have to impact the game. And if not, I just don't know what you're doing here, bro. I just don't know what you're doing here. And I love seeing Kempy do what he's doing, but to say that he's our man, our full forward, I love him, but like that's crazy to say that. It's like last year, if you told me Kempy is our man up forward, he's our target, what would you have said?
Yeah. Well, mate, he's playing with
I love
the
what I saw.
desperation. He's playing with the desperation and
yeah. Anyways, mate, it's all gonna it has to all be long-term changes, and unfortunately, they really could fuck this up again. So I'll just give my piece on Voss. I'll give everyone a good shot. I was never a Voss out kind of guy. Last year, I was like, they're going to run him out for the contract, and then we look, and it would be insane to keep him around. I just genuinely think you can't listen to anything media says. I don't want anyone to go watch the Lavossi presser, listen to him with his false bravado, sound like really stoic, and get bought. The way he spoke after the Elijah Hollins fiasco, I saw people buy into that. He has proven he is like it's all talk. Don't listen to this. Just look at what he's provided for us. Maybe he got us a little bit more forward. Great. You need the next solution. It's not to say he's a bad person or he's shit or whatever. It's only gotten us this far over 5 years. We got to move on. You got to move on. We got to get to the next era of the team, and that's including him. There's a lot of players, so big decisions need to be made. But
love it.
Yeah. Anyway, thanks for having me on, mate. Good luck with the marathon. That's awesome, and have a great night.
See you, Chris.
See you, bro.
It's a great chat. That's a very, very good chat. Let's go to the US. We have Jamison. He's back.
Hey, Terry.
Mate, your last call has stuck with me. It was a very powerful call that you made. I'm curious to see where your thoughts are right now.
Well, I just finished watching the replay because I didn't want to have to get up at all hours of the morning to watch it. And I mean, what is there to say? I mean, I stick by what I said to you a couple of weeks ago. I really do. I mean, when's the next open training in Melbourne?
Wednesday.
When's the revolt going to happen, mate?
Yeah.
When are the fans going to step up? I'm waiting for the fans to step up. We can talk about the players. We can talk about the same thing that we've been doing for years. I want to see the fans step up. I just can't accept when fans say, "Oh, the players are mentally weak or they're mentally fragile." Who's mentally fragile when you pay your money, your membership, and go every week, support this club, and get nothing for it? Who's mentally weak then? The players get paid regardless. What do you get out of it? The same shit every week. When are the fans going to step up?
It's a good point. It's a good point.
I mean, I took real offence to hearing the boos when Silvani touched the ball tonight too.
Yeah. How so?
I just think that it just shows, you know, talk about weak-minded. It just shows how weak-minded and how just, I don't know what the word is, but I just didn't like it. He's a Silvani.
I'll be honest, I was at the game to the back in the second half, once we'd conceded the 9 goals, whatever it was. It got kind of embarrassing.
It felt like it watching it on the TV.
I didn't boo, but whatever. Whoever booed, no issue. But I guess when the game started, I thought, okay, well, this is going to at least keep the crowd engaged in something. But as we had given up the game and, you know, our players had basically quit tonight, waved the white flag, it did get kind of weird. It was almost like they had to boo out of obligation because they started booing.
Or just booing because it's just weak-minded, miserable people that have to pick on something because they just can't come to the reality of the fact that they're still supporting this joke of a club. I mean, I just think it's a bad reflection on the club and overall for us fans who just. I mean, you got to give them credit. I give Silvani credit. I give Tom DeConning credit. They did the right thing leaving this club, even regardless of the money.
Yeah.
They did the right thing, and you can only respect that. In fact, every time they touched the ball, I was like, yeah, well done, fellas. Well done. Respect. Respect.
Well, yeah, I mean, we can look. You can look at it one of a couple of ways. You can look at it as if, oh, we got rid of the guys that were the bad culture people, or maybe it was a sign of what the environment. At the end of the day, if the environment was so airtight and the club was run properly and it was a real brotherhood, it wouldn't have split up.
Yeah. Yeah, and they obviously know more than what we know, but based on tonight's performance and every performance that we've had so far, it's no surprise, it's no wonder, and I respect. Well done. I applaud them, and yeah, I wouldn't be phased at all if more players did the same and just left this club, because it's going nowhere. We potentially could be 1-12. I think we have Brisbane, Bulldogs, and Port Adelaide, and I think both Brisbane and Port Adelaide are away. Is that correct?
And then Geelong at the MCG.
And Geelong. Okay. So right now, it's very likely that we are going to be 1-14.
Yeah.
And
well,
people, sorry.
Yeah, 1-12, 1-11, going into the Essendon game.
Yeah. When's the circuit breaker for the fans? What's it going to take? How much more of this pain and mediocre performances and mate, come on, Carlton fans. Come on. Get down to Wednesday training. Get down there. Make some noise. Make some noise, please. Please.
Yeah.
We are the St Kilda of the 80s. We are the Fitzroy of the 90s.
Wow.
We are the Gold Coast of the 2000s. We are now the whipping post of the AFL. I mean, I can't believe I'm even saying this. I can't believe I'm even saying this. And it's the reality of it is that it's true, and it's not getting any better anytime soon.
Yeah.
And you can talk about Cody Walker, you can talk about Koutafidis, you can talk about all these father and sons that are coming into the club. Coming into what? What are they coming into? What are they coming into? Nah, enough is enough. Come on, Carlton fans, please. Someone lead the charge. Someone get down there, rally the fans, rally the troops, and start making some noise.
Yeah. Mate, thank you very much for that. Appreciate you calling in. Love the passion.
Thanks, Terry.
See you, mate. Wow. Kylie.
Oh, hello. Sorry. I was in Nunnaland. I watched 3/4 of the VFL game before the AFL game. I was running a bit late. I really like Jack Ison. He's cool. Like, he's got some anger in him. He's got some grunt in him. And
Yeah.
I really like him. Like, we need to pull some more of these Indigenous guys out of the academy and let them have a run. Like, and so I don't mean to tell. I'm just reading what I was like noting down today in the
No,
game.
you're good.
Yeah, I really like him. He really impressed me. He's got some heart, and you can't make heart. You have heart. You know, you can't build it. You can build talent. You can't build heart. If you that determination, and then anger, like he was thumping them out, and
Or
I
he's
just
got
wanted to share.
he's got the combination of like the speed, the dexterity, he's got the skill and the passion and the heart and the tit in him.
Yeah, he's awesome. I just wanted to show you this. This is what Carlton's doing.
Right.
We're working with weeds, and it's a practical guide to understanding, managing, and using weeds. And I only use it as a joke, as a book, because that's how it feels like for Carlton. We are a book of weeds, and we have to learn how to manage better what we are dealing with, because we've got some major managerial issues. It's not the players, it's not the coaches. Like, we need to go past all that. It's so much higher up. It's that old saying of the snake biting eating its tail and eating itself. And that's what we are at the moment. We are just eating our own tail, and we are just going. And we have, I made a joke before, like, I now class Vossi as Alfred E. Newman, and probably most young people wouldn't know who he is, but he's the dude out of Mad Magazine, and his saying was, "What me worry," like, that's how Vossi sounds now. It's like, "What me worry," like, it's kind of like he's given up.
Well, he either just knows what's about to happen and he's just enjoying his last moments as coach, or he just loves the heat of it and he truly believes that it's about to turn. I'm not sure.
Yeah, me neither. But the one thing I noticed when I watched the VFL game is I watched Lewis Young, and there was 2 times when he actually threw himself on the ball, which I liked, because he doesn't do that often in the AFL games. But to me, even in the VFL, they still looked slow. Even the AFL players still looks like, when you watch AFL players and they're playing the VFL, you can tell when they're AFL players because they're like just taking the match on. Like, I really found it hard to know who was the AFL players and who weren't. Like Jordan Boyd, I could hardly tell if he played AFL. I couldn't see, because you know how there's normally a big space between them. I couldn't see that so clearly, and that worries me a little bit when you've got top players who have played over 200 games or whatever, like Hewitt. Who did we have? Hewitt, Ackers, Boyd, Lewis, all playing, and I couldn't really notice a big change in the game. Like, they weren't flogging them that by any state of the, and that kind of made me wonder, like, how good of the players have we got? But I also wondered why we didn't play O'Keefe in the AFL tonight. I really would have liked to see him play instead of Harry Mackay in the forward line. Like, he's got that Harry Dean in him. He's got that anger too. He's got that, I want to win, like, I'm going to take you on. And he's a big man. And I don't know why we're not playing him so much in the AFL and giving him a bit of a run.
Well, they couldn't have played him tonight, I don't think, anyway, with Reedy and Pitto. Although seeing Harry Mackay's game, I don't know if it would have made too much of a difference. But
I want to play O'Keefe in the forward line. Stuff him in the ruck, put him in the full forward line, give him put him where Harry played, and let him and Brody Kemp have a bit of a munch out down the forward line. Like, at least O'Keefe looked like he wanted to go for the ball. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I just feel like I watched Owies play today in West Coast, and he played really well. Like, he looks like he's coming back. I saw, like, Durden had 6 disposals, 5 kicks, 2 goals, 5 tackles. Like, that's pretty much what our top players had. And we got rid of him. Like, why? I know he wanted to go back to Port. I know he wanted to go back to South Australia. And I know you are a Durden lover, and so was I. Like, massive Corey Durden fan. I was so sad when he left. But we're kind of missing him because we don't have Motlop because he's injured. We're kind of missing that little man, that little flyer that flies around. Like, I don't know. Tyler Byrne, Flynn Young, they didn't really do anything for me today in the VFL. I wasn't that flashed by them, unfortunately. I know people are going to say,
well, I think that's probably why we've just got to we seem to go through this cycle every week of insert X player who played in the VFL this week, bring him in, thinking that it's going to make the team better and equal more wins. We are no good. We are not a good team. We are in the bottom 4. We are broken. We've got 17 players out of contract. We are going through a transition. It can't all be done at once. It has to be done in stages and phases. And we are just living through it week to week with these results. And
it's just really sad.
And that's just what it is.
But I must admit, I do agree with one of your earlier people saying that the one thing I liked about the VFL game is that there was a symbiotic relationship with them. Like, you could tell that they had been playing together and they were seeing each other playing. And I did like that. I could see that group. And Hewitt and I looked happy playing in the VFL. Like, I sometimes wonder, when you play for a big club like Carlton, Collingwood, all those, probably the 2 and now Hawthorn. I mean, there's a lot of pressure, and I've never played in front of 85,000 people, and I can't even imagine what it would feel like, the pressure. And if you're struggling with your performance, whatever, I would hate to imagine what that puts on you before and after the game, and then all the social media stuff that they read and see, and even though they try to say they don't do it, they obviously do. Like, I'd hate to know how that affects you. And I don't know, like, are we like our own worst enemy by being such a big club?
Yeah, no, I think it could be definitely part of it as well. The beauty and the quirk of it is the size. But having said that, I was talking about it, and I've been saying this for such a long time. Go find minds who operate in, say, Germany or in Europe with these big football clubs, with big, angry, passionate fan bases, with even more money that gets spent, and go and bring people in who are not in this AFL bubble, because this AFL bubble that we live in, everyone knows everyone. Everyone's connected. They either went to the same private school or whatever. Carlton is no different. Carlton is, if anything, it's exactly like that. It's all just one big connected ecosystem. The same types of people are going to be the ones that are going to be on the board leading the club for the rest of time until maybe something changes. But that's why I think we need to get like a fresh perspective that's not even Australian, but someone's like elite sport, because this is not an elite sporting organization. It's this is a bush game with a random like egg-shaped ball. So we need someone, I think anyway, go to Germany. The reason why I say Germany is because of the connection that the clubs in Germany have with their fans, because of their ownership structure. I
agree with that. But I also think, I mean, we could also look more into our Indigenous people as well. Like, why haven't we got Eddie Betts and getting him to work with our? Is he still with Geelong, or does he left Geelong now?
No, he's not with
I mean, why don't we get more Indigenous players involved, or Indigenous people to help as well? Not necessarily as well as going overseas, but mixing the two. Well, to get the mindset to
give our Indigenous players help.
Sorry?
Are you saying get Indigenous people in to help our Indigenous players?
No, I mean, it's in general, because their outlook is so different to Western society's outlook on life in general. So, the way they live their lives is so different to Western societies. So I think that you could join the two together and just help bring a bit more unity. And
maybe
take away that individuality away from it, as Indigenous societies work as a group. They don't work individually. So everyone has a position in their job, So, I mean, I'm just spitfiring. I'm not a coach, and I've only coached basketball with kids, so I wouldn't have the faintest clue. But I mean, I'm just curious, you know what I mean? I agree with you. I think we need to outsource
something
more
outside
than
of the
we're
box. I think that's what the point you're making is just something that's outside of what we have usually done. So
we need to break the chink in this chain, because this chain is not working that we've got. Like, it's just repeat, wash, rinse, repeat, and it's not working. And I love the club. I'm never going to change. Like, I'm not going to swap. But I mean, at least I don't get TV Tourette's watching them now, because I expect a loss. So I don't need to spit screen on my TV anymore like my kids used to tell me, because I'm not yelling at the TV thinking they can hear me. But at the same time, I've also got to the point where I'm like, I expect them to lose, which is a bit sad. Like, I used to like watching it thinking, oh my God, we're going to win. Could we win? Like, it's kind of a bit, I don't know, sad when it gets to that point where you've even, as supporters, we've given up.
Yeah, exactly.
But
anyway,
nice to
Kylie,
see you.
thank you
I'm
very
off
much.
to bed. Thank you.
Go Blues. All right. Morris.
Brother, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you for your patience.
No, all good, mate. All good.
Where are you? Where are you at with the state of affairs at the Carlton Football Club?
Mate, I said to myself at the start of the year that I was gonna take a positive outlook on everything. It's kind of dwindling. My theories over the last few weeks, I've seen a lot. I'm going to be 50 this year, so seen the good times, obviously seen the bad. I didn't blame Bossy to the full extent, right? Because my belief is, if he's to blame 100%, he's the same bloke that gets him up, and then it switches off. And if you take the Band-Aid off and part ways with him, my fear is that it's not the next coach that's going to get that we're going to get. It'll be the one after, because the next coach is just going to get that new honeymoon period and the same, and we're going to see the same story. Just in regards to like you've said it a few times tonight, and I believe it as well too, right? Like this year, I've been watching quite a bit of footy in regards to other sides, and the one thing that I've made a point to do is to look at other clubs' youngsters. They've been fine. There's a few kids out there, and it's like, fuck, he's going to be a good footballer.
Which ones are the ones that you're standing out for you?
Shaughnessy at West Coast.
Oh yeah.
Ethan Reid, Gold Coast.
Gold Coast.
Even Essendon, they got a few good kids. Like the Anzac Day, it resembled us in the mid 2015, 2016, 2017, around that time, where we'd go with the side, but we just didn't have the talent. Whether we were too young or to go that full quarters, right? You have a look at our side, right? Like poor Cripps. I'll defend Patrick Cripps till the day I die, right? He's always been the one that carried us. He's getting older. His body's not. He's not that 26-year-old Paddy Cripps anymore. There's who's there to carry him now?
Yeah, they were supposed to have stepped up by now.
Yeah.
This guy Cripps has been, if not our best player, then in our top 3 players since 2014.
Yep. And
every year.
I don't think I think I mentioned it to you last time as well too, Tez. My wish in regards to like Carlton, for an individual, for Paddy Cripps, is he captains us to a premiership and he wins another John Nichols medal. And reason being, one, he's a outright John Nichols holder.
Mm-hmm.
2, being our premiership captain, I believe it'll automatically entitle him to be probably the best Carlton player ever to have worn the jumper.
Why do you think that's important? Because I think we barrack for Cripps and we want him to be, we want him to succeed. Do you think we sometimes put that into too much importance? Like, he has to get this because do you think it's because maybe we want to be alive to say we saw the best player ever?
Oh no. One, and it's not about it. With that, it's more. It centralizes back to that team, to the team, because him captaining a premiership is what we all want. That premiership, okay. But him, we'll win the premiership. Him being the captain and having those little accolades as well too is a just reward. I've seen Kernahan. I saw Kernahan play for his whole career, right? But Kernahan had stars around him. But Kernahan was also that leader that made you stand 7 foot tall. Going back to one of your previous callers with Harry Mackay, I was one of his biggest advocates in that, right? And he shows glimpses, and that I don't think. Excuse me. I don't think we can't trade him because we don't have. They're too hard to come by. Tall talent like that. But I reckon we can rejuvenate his career throwing him down at centre half back. Where
You know, I used
I
to
think
laugh at that suggestion, and now I see it. I actually see the vision.
because you got to remember, even like tonight, right? He's scrapping against two players.
Yeah.
Two players are always in his pocket. Yeah, does he need to be more physical? 100%. But
What about
you're
the ruck?
playing it.
I think we were all fearful of putting him in the ruck because we didn't want to hurt him.
Yeah.
And then you watch these other forwards have their pinch hitting moments. I do think any player, any human being can be galvanized. I think you're the first person to mention that tonight. So, yeah, right now they look pretty flat and wasted. And I mean, I thought some of them tonight just looked completely like they just weren't up for it for anywhere near long enough. But yeah, they can be rejuvenated. It's just a matter of what's that lever to pull.
But I don't see any hunger. And like a few callers before, you guys were talking about, momentum and, will and all of that. And a prime example is Moya. All the talent in the world, but doesn't want to work hard enough for it. He could be anything, this kid. And it's just, it's mind-boggling because if we all take our Carlton hat off and we go and you go through the list, there's not like we talk about, like we're a little bit off or this and that. But when you go down the list, it's like, is he really that good? Is he going to be in the next plans? Like, even like Kemp, like he busts his guts, but to me, like he kicked 3 goals, and there's a lot of people with their Carlton tin foil hat that they're probably going to, say, "Oh, I don't know what I'm talking about," right? But he's a fraud, and what I mean by that is his responsibility playing forward in football, in AFL. There's moments, and he's showing us week in, week out at pivotal times, straight in goals that we'd all kick blindfolded. He's missing them, and he'll kick the ones that he's not supposed to.
Yeah,
So,
I get what you mean. I get what you mean. Yeah. The first
and
one on his left from the boundary,
Yeah.
actually his first two, and then the set shot 45 out, 45-degree angle, I should say. It's like that was the one he needed. Yeah, I get what you mean.
So I don't know. I really like Bison. I reckon he's going to be. You know who Ison kind of reminds me of? A young Charlie Curnow.
Oh yeah.
Well, they're around the same height. They're both super talented in regards to like they're magical. They can. So I just think that this next crop of players that come through, I think the only way for us to go forward, unfortunately, is all the players that have been around that have seen, like the ones that have kind of set that tone for the culture. I think we got to push a lot of them out the door and let the new guys that come in, like let the Matty Carrolls, the Isons, the Jaggers, Harry Dean, O'Farrell when he comes back, let them control our new culture. And I want to ask you something as well too, right? the three guys that came into our club, Haywood, Ainsworth, and Florent. And I reckon out of all three, I reckon Ainsworth's probably in front in regards to his output so far this year.
Mm.
But you have a look at like Haywood, right? Now, he's on probably about 850
Really?
a year. Yeah. Well, you've got to remember when we tried to sign him, we offered him 900. And it got reported that the Swans signed him on a bigger deal, and it was reported to be about 8 to 850. Florent signed in Longmire's last year in 2024 and was reported to be one of the Swans' highest paid players at the time. And you can Google search it and that, and it's reported that he's on about 750. Okay? Now, I don't know how much Ainsworth's on, but these guys should be match winners for us if you're paying that much.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Well, that's the issue. That's been the issue for a long time. We pay premium. We pay good players great. We give good players great contracts rather than great players great contracts.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, and
yeah.
I think Ainsworth is settling in. He's getting there. I think Florent is starting to settle. Hayward just hasn't. I think he's just playing a Michael Voss system now. He's not really, hasn't really been a scoreboard threat at all.
Yeah.
Maybe one game. You know, he does work really hard and like the running patterns, all that are there, but he just is not impacting. Yeah,
Do you believe they'll move Voss on during the season?
I mean, if we get to 1-11, get to Essendon before the bye, win or lose that, I see one of two things happening. Either an external review or a caretaker coach. I also think Voss is the caretaker coach for the next one, personally now. And because I'm trying to figure out where he's really calm in presses when the heat's like he's actually really calm. And he's like smiling through it all. And so that leads me to believe one of two things. It's either he knows exactly what's going on and he's at peace with it and he knows that he won't be extended. And he's just, you know, living out his last year as a coach and enjoying the ride and, you know, just trying to put the team in the best position that he possibly can. Or he loves the pressure and still believes he can turn this ship around.
Yeah, it's a good take. Me personally, I think they've backed him in for next year. And
then they just give him the players that he needs. Like, do you reckon it's like a list turnover thing?
I think that Davies and Graham Wright actually understand what we all know in regards to the list not being there. I believe they're in talks with him in regards to what the future holds. Okay. Because if you have a look at the way, and I've heard a current AFL coach talk about moving clubs and what takes place. We signed a plethora of new assistants and line coaches in that. A new coach wants to come in and bring his own people. So realistically, the only coaches that we could possibly move on is Hansen and Matty Cruiser as the ruck coach. The rest of them, they're all first years and they're not, they would have signed. And the other detriment that we face as well too, off field, is we're probably down about 20,000 members from last year.
Yep.
You sack Boss, you've basically showed everyone your card that we're no good and that
We got it wrong.
we got it wrong. We're rebuilding. It's going to hit their hip pocket in regards to, are you going to go to a president's luncheon? Are you going to go to the footy? Are you going to go and buy their merch? Are you going to go to, future, the BNF? Everything that brings in the big cash for the club. Because you're going to find at the end of the year when they bring out their profit and loss, we're going to take a big hit this year.
Good. Well, I think the other part to that story is, which is also what I definitely think is at play here. The board don't want to be seen as being wrong again by sacking him early, etc., etc. Because I think they're definitely trying to just play their cards right in a way that they don't put themselves at risk. And this is all. We are literally talking about corporate governance. We are talking about corporate interest over what needs to happen. That's essentially the conversation we're having right now.
Yeah, and if you go back and make no qualms about this, like what we're talking about now, we were talking like this last year.
Yep.
So like it's frustrating. It's like my main ick is, when are the players going to be held accountable? Like, if you go back to the Freo game, Shea Bolton done a number on Cripper in the middle in regards to, Luke Darcy was tapping it out so Shea Bolton can run off Cripper and that, right? Now, to me, that's not a coaching thing, because by the time the message comes to the players, the damage is done. That's something that the three guys with the ruckman in the middle got to communicate and say, hey, Cripper or Walsh, you say, I'm going to go to Shea Bolton, and make that move yourselves internally in that centre bounce. And we don't have that.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, doom and gloom, mate. But, we keep rocking up. And, like today, what was it? That I consciously, the Collingwood game was what? The 8-minute mark, the mass exodus happened. Tonight, I think it was the 13-minute mark that everyone started leaving. I personally can't do it. I've never left early.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I don't know.
It's going to be a long. We've got 3 months to go. 3 months of this. 16. Sorry, what? We've got 16 rounds to go. Is that right? We've just finished round 8. There's 24 rounds.
Round 8. No, 20. Yeah, 24. Yeah, and you know what happens? Well, if it's 16, you know what happens in 4 months' time?
What's that?
We all change, and we all get into this. Oh my god! The trade period and the draft period, and we're going.
The big fish, Morris.
Yeah.
The big fish.
Yeah, and then we all. Oh my god! We're gonna top four 2027. And have you? What's your take on the new father-son NGA?
So my take is, are we getting a little fucked with it? Yes. Should it have been brought in earlier? Yes. But it is what it is. You can't change it. We're going to get the kid no matter what. Let's just make sure we stick to what we can control, which is making sure that we give him proper preparation for next year. So that way, when he lines up round 1 next year, it becomes an advantage for us. Like it does suck. Like, yeah, sure. Like, but it's also, it was going to happen at some point.
What I don't get is, let's say, like at the moment, Richmond are bottom, yeah? So they go Cody Walker, Carlton match it. Like what Greg Swan said, it's going to cost Carlton pick 3 and 27.
Mm.
Richmond are going to get a compo pick at the end of the first round.
Mm.
So we'll have pick 1. They'll go to pick 2. They'll pick their player. Essendon's got the next pick. They'll go Cochrane. Port will match it. Essendon will get a compo at the end of the set. So it's just fucking everyone. So the bottom 5 clubs get a compo. So what you're going to see is clubs, like let's say Richmond, right? And Essendon, you'd be stupid not to bid on these players. You
Yeah, of
actually
course.
get a compo pick, and it's.
I think we'll
I
trade
don't
up. I mean, we have our first round pick, and we also have Sydney's first round pick, wherever they
Yeah.
finish. And we have 2 second round picks, and I'm not so worried.
I'm not. No, I'm not.
I'm not so worried
Look,
about it.
you're gonna get Cody Walker, 100%. It's just how you're gonna get him, because I don't think you can trade up in that. I actually think, like, if we finish second last, third last, or whatever, that's the pick with, like, let's say, like, if the ladder finishes like now, we're gonna have to use that our pick 3,
Yeah.
and our second round pick.
We'll get him. We'll get him. He's coming.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
100%, 100%.
Yeah. Anyway, Morris, that was bloody brilliant. Thanks for calling.
Anytime. Good chatting to you, mate.
See you, mate.
All the best. I'll talk to you soon.
For sure. Aiden.
I don't know.
2 a.m. and on a bender. We'll get
Yeah.
marching in September.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be in September anytime soon, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's there to say?
Well, no, I mean, I don't know. Yeah.
No, but yeah,
What was on your mind when you called? What was on your mind? What was the big?
Probably the fact that we have leaders that they're just not leaders.
Yeah.
They was Cripps getting tagged today. In my opinion, I don't think he was getting tagged a lot, but was he? Because I had a pretty good view, and I don't think he was getting tagged. And if we're going to be getting 14 touches from him, and like if that's going to be the way things are going to be now with him, then there has to be discussions about him. I'm not saying we should trade him. I don't want him to leave, but again, like, doesn't it say a lot? Like, if he's playing like that, like he's been pretty bad throughout the whole year, and again,
Oh no, I think the last 2-3 weeks in particular, he's been at his best. Like, he's dominated.
Yes. I don't know. I don't. I mean, stats say he is, but I just don't think that he's really impacting games as much as what he used to be. But then again, like, if he's not impacting games, then
he's getting coach. Look, he's been getting coaches' votes the last couple of weeks. He hasn't been a Brownlow medalist superstar, but I think the last few weeks in particular, and I just know this just because I can remember, like, the rating show. We look at what he's doing. He's like high contested possession numbers, and he's getting the ball out. It's just that today he was just no good. He didn't have a good game.
Yeah, but if he's not having a good game, then you'd expect someone below him to take the mantle and say, all right, if you're not going to do it, then I'll do it. And that's where you look at Walsh, because Walsh is on big money, big contract. And again, like last week, why is every time we get a holding the ball, we get called for like holding the ball. It's our free kick. He gets the ball and he just starts running with it, and then he gets tackled again. Like it's the second time he's done that in probably in 2 weeks. And plus, like the missed handballs and the banana little kick that he does. Like, again, I blame Voss for a few things, but I don't blame Voss for some of the things that goes through our players' heads when it comes to decision making. Because their decision making today was just so poor. Like, I can't remember who, but no pressure around him at all. I think it was Cottrell, in the fourth quarter. There was literally no one around him. He did, like, who was it, Ainsworth or someone else near him? Goes to hand pass it, didn't even make the target at all. Like, the skill level was just so poor. The decision making is very poor. I thought our midfielders today were horrible, besides from Jagger. Jagger was the only one that I thought that stood out to me, even though he didn't really have a lot of midfield time, I thought. But other than that, like, that's a 20-year-old in technically his first full year. Where are our leaders?
Yeah.
Where are our leaders, Terry? Like, you can't rely on a 20-year-old,
That's one of the so usually when one of them drops, one of the other like compensates, and we get like a nice uptick. I think I reckon all three of them were down. If we're talking about Cripps, Wiedering, and Walsh. If anything, I thought Newman played like a leader. I actually thought Ben Ainsworth was really strong. Played like a bit of a leader, like someone that was just up for the fight of the game. Florent obviously made some errors and all of that, but I saw a guy really, really trying to give it. There were just not enough of these characteristics from enough of these players. But this is just like semantics. I guess my question to you is, what's your solution?
I mean, what? I mean, let's face it. If we sacked Voss tomorrow, what's it going to achieve? Like, is that really going to fix everything? No. Will it make it worse? Like, if we sacked Voss tomorrow, do you think it will get better or worse?
I just don't think these players are playing with a purpose deeper than themselves. I don't think they bleed for the football club, because I don't think the football club's been set up in a way in which it has these players wanting to go that extra mile and die, quote unquote, die out there on the field for it. So yeah, it might give a bit of a sugar hit, but I think we'll find ourselves back at this point again until we get this proper alignment as a footy club.
Doesn't it say a lot about the environment and the culture?
Yeah, of course it does. It's not. The environment and the culture has been sold to us for a number of years now, and they keep telling us about. Well, haven't spoken about habits in a while, but habits was the catchphrase, the buzzword over the last few years. It's all fluff, mate.
It's bullshit. Like this off season, I'm not going to say they sort of convinced me that the culture changed, but when they're talking about, we need to be more aligned, like this season's about, culture building and all that. And like when you're seeing that, them laughing and smiling, you think, okay, like, yeah, it looks like it, but prove it on field, because what they've been dishing out throughout the last 5 to 6 weeks now, it says to me that the culture is it's worse than last year.
Well, I think the ability now is worse than last year. The culture might be better or worse, but I think the ability of the group now is definitely dropped off. We lost good players. We lost good players. Like, we lost good players that can impact games and not super. I mean, you can call them whatever you label the players that we lost, and we replaced them with guys that do jobs. Ainsworth's been solid. Florent's been like, yeah, okay. Hayward.
He's just playing. He's just playing in a system that doesn't even go to his strengths. Like, if you look at his heat maps, let's say if you look at his heat maps over the course of 6 weeks, and if you compare that to Sydney, like, no wonder we're not getting the best out of him.
Yeah.
And again, like, was today like a protest from the players? Like, were they kind of saying something in a way?
Today was the first time this season I've seen the white flag. from my perception. I thought I saw the guys accept it today.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just thought like today, like what was it? They kicked what? They nearly kicked 8 goals to nothing at one point. And when they kicked the first 2 goals, like you could just tell, like there were people leaving, like I'm pretty sure 15 minutes into the third quarter.
Yeah.
Like, and I mean, because I stayed till the very end now. I don't really leave early. Like I just saw so many people leave within like not even 5 minutes left, and it's going to continue to happen if you keep dishing stuff like this. If you keep dishing shit like this every single week, and how long can this continue for? I don't know, but again, like just going back on Cripps, like the amount of times that he got caught as well, like just he kept trying to do things
That's
that
when
you know that he didn't need to do, and
one thing I've noticed about Carlton, that's when you know we're definitely in trouble. When he gets pinned holding the ball, it just lifts the opposition. There's something about it. It's happening more in this season than what I've seen it over the majority of his career. Even Walsh starts getting pinned now. It's bizarre.
Did you? I mean, I saw an instance where Cripps received the ball on his left side. Like he tried to kick the ball with his left foot, just hand pass it. Like again, like it says to me, like if he's trying to take too many plays on, and if Walsh is running whilst we've got a free kick instead of just letting the player execute it, they don't have any trust in people around them, and they're trying to be Superman and Batman. And again, you can't rely on 2 players at all. And yeah, look, I mean, I don't know, really, because we play Brisbane next week, and you play like that, I'm telling you now, it's not going to be 30 points. It will be 60 to 80, and then doggies week after that. I don't know where we'll get a win from. Like, we're 1-7?
Bombers, King's birthday.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That could be a draw. That'd be funny.
Yeah.
But
anyway, mate, I reckon you need to get some sleep. You've had a big day.
Yeah, I think, when I first screamed and booed at Sylvania, I think that's where everything wore off. So, yeah, I'm fine now. I'm like 24 hours ago.
Good stuff.
So,
all right, man. I'll speak to you in the next few days.
Yeah, done. See ya.
See you, mate. Jad.
Hey, mate. How you going?
Hello, mates. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever been on this late.
Yeah,
it's probably a good thing.
It's wacky hour.
Yeah, the emotion's worn off, so maybe I can keep my cool this time.
Did you get emotional in this game? You
last time I came on, I reckon the emotions got the better of me, and I didn't really get the point out how I wanted it to come out. But I'll give you a snapshot into where I am as a fan, Terry. So I'm actually at a point in my life where I'm trying to decide how much football I want to let in, because I'll be raw with you. I have known for years, I do waste a lot of time worrying about this.
Yeah.
And it's I've tended to ignore other facets of my life for this. So this isn't a sob story, but it's just, I don't know, maybe I just feel myself detaching more and more. And it's not the week to week. It's just, when I'm just not aligned with anything that they think, say, or do.
Mm.
And it's just, it's making the decision really easy. I'm not saying I'm going to stop watching forever, but I mean, I don't know if I'll ever become a diehard again. I don't know. Go.
Firstly, I just want to say I appreciate you opening up like that. And I appreciate you saying that here, and because I think a lot of people need to hear that. You're 100% spot on. I think that shows a good level of introspection and human growth. It doesn't matter. None of it matters, but we want it to matter. And at the end of the day, things that matter in life are the only things that you just give meaning to. But I feel you. I feel you on the am I aligned with what the actual entity is giving out. And then it's like, okay, well, can you be an agent of change, or do you just like wait it out? It's a fascinating conversation. I've also grappled with it as well.
And yeah, and a part of me is like wondering, because you know how we speak about lost generations. Like, is that what's happening to me?
Yeah.
Like, am I, in danger of becoming a lost person? And I saw it happen with my uncles. They only came back to the footy really because I dragged them along probably 2015, because I was telling them, look, it's finally a full ground zero rebuild. It's proper this time. We've never done a rebuild like this. Come. And then I think by 2018 they were fully back in. And now, yeah, and I'm thinking, shit, maybe what happened to them is fair enough. And I shouldn't judge them too harshly for that, because I always wondered, like, why did you guys stop watching? Why did you stop going to the football? And they grew up in a great era.
I think there's actually genuinely nothing wrong with, if you need to step away for yourself, do it. And then just come back like it's good for you. Because if it becomes unhealthy and you notice it does become unhealthy, then yeah, I mean, you're the one that's in control of that. And I actually commend you. I think a lot of people should have that conversation with themselves. Like, why would, yeah. Because, like, I mean, people, for example, people will come on and be like, oh, like love what you do. Like, how do you put up with this? It's like, no, I choose to. I love it. I absolutely adore it. I love it. I know when it's time to pull away. I know when it's time to like link into it. It might be seen as me just being ultra positive, but like if I'm not optimistic or positive about something, then like if I'm not enjoying something, I don't do it. So I try and find the joy in it.
Yeah, I've noticed that with you. I've watched you build this thing for 8 years now, I think.
Yeah.
And I see that. I always felt like you've had that level of maturity on those things to a better level than I did. Because, mate, like this shit, I don't know, I just don't think I used to handle it very, very well. Like I'd go to work on a Tuesday or Wednesday, and it would stop me from doing things I need to do, like study and whatever, and just
I should
yeah.
laugh.
It's crazy. No, don't worry, I laugh too, mate.
Okay.
Yeah, I get what it plays on your mind, but about our players, if I can shift for a bit.
Yeah.
You're talking about solutions, and I think you're talking about players who they don't love the club. I think it's my opinion. I think it is more that they don't like. There's level like you need. Sorry, let me start again. I think they do not have, some of them, the required level of competitiveness that's required, and I think it comes out in what you see on the field. Like, I can tell you who is competitive. You can see Walsh is. You can see Harry Dean. You can see Ollie Florent. You can see Will Haywood. You see Taylor Byrne, Jack Ison today. There are guys who are competitive to that level, and then there are guys who are not.
So I don't. Okay, maybe I should have like said that better. I think they all love the club, but I just don't see a group that's collectively willing to just like buy into the intangible brotherhood. I'll die out there for you. I've always got your back. Your family to me, like it's like you're my blood. I just don't see them. Yeah, like the true care for one, and I don't know. I think someone was talking about Collingwood earlier, and it's like they hook into it. They are aligned with the club at its core. Maybe the players feel similar, like all of this that the club do, and maybe they don't, or maybe they're not on board with everything the club do as well.
If I'm honest with you, I don't think these players know what they feel.
Yeah.
I think they are drowning, and I think they don't know who to blame
Yeah.
and they don't know who to trust. That's what I feel when I watch them. They don't know what they're feeling.
Mm.
And on that, see what you were saying before, I just put it down to competitiveness, and I think that competitiveness is enabled by the club and the players. Like it's a two-way street. The club has to enable players to be that competitive, to allow them to want for more, and to allow them to express themselves in that way. And then I think you've got to draft people with those personality traits as well.
Yeah.
I just think we've just missed so bad on that. So bad. So the Taylor Byrne thing, I'll just quickly go back to when he missed the kick against Collingwood. What I was trying to say that day is I don't mind them getting around him on the field, okay? But what I think, and where I lost my head a bit, is what I was trying to say is, what conversations are they having with him behind closed doors?
Mm.
Are they telling him, hey, it's okay. It's okay. Or are they saying to him, listen, we all miss kicks, but really you got to nail that. You have to kick that goal.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I think the messaging gets lost there. I think it's too much of it'll all be okay. It's all okay. It's part of the process. I don't think there is that hard edge to the conversations behind closed doors. Like, be honest with him and then nurture him.
Mm.
Don't nurture him straight away. Be honest,
Yeah.
so that's where I think it gets lost.
I think the point you were trying to make was that let him feel what he needs to feel.
Yeah.
Like let him, sometimes you got to sit in the disappointment that you've, irrationally let the team down. Like, just don't let him drown himself in it. It's really interesting, the work that Emma Murray did with Richmond. I don't know if you've been watching recently, but I've been.
I was going to text you for the name of the book, to be honest.
I'll give it to you. Oh, mate. It's just what she did, the little things that she did with the small forwards at Richmond. Because when the Blues freeze up, right, you can see them stand still.
Yeah.
It happened with Daniel Rioli. It was happening with Steve Morris. It was happening with Jason Castagna. The little things that she did to get them moving again, because at the end of the day, these small forwards, in Richmond's case, they were at their best when they were active and moving. I don't know, man.
So I think look, I'm going to stick by it. I don't think we have the worst list to ever be assembled.
Mm.
Because if I start believing that, then I'll see you in 10 years and maybe we can try again. But what I do think is a lot of players on our list who people are writing off, I think you will be shocked to see them under a new coach with fresh ideas. I've seen it happen 1,000 times in the AFL.
Mm.
I've seen it happen 1,000,000 times. Clayton Oliver was done last year.
True.
So I'm not buying it. They are drowning, and they just seriously need a fresh set of eyes and a breath of fresh air, new ideas. Yeah.
And Cody Walker.
Hey, I watched the VFL today, and I think it might be something I do a bit more. Not because they won, but because I actually really like a lot of the young talent we have assembled, and if they're going to be there every week, it's actually a more enjoyable and productive watch than the AFL is at the moment. Because I don't know what the AFL is trying to achieve. Like, are we building? Are we trying to win? But down there, you see it all.
Yeah,
it was really, really enjoyed it.
No, I totally agree. And then, I just think Walker with Jagger and Cooper Lord and Sam Walsh as the core mid. Like, I see the vision.
Hey, mate, I'm backing Walsh in, Tez. I seriously believe with my whole heart he's our next captain.
Yeah.
I just think he needs to be given the reins. I really think that. So, Fuck, imagine us talking 8 years ago, and I said to you, Terry, in year 8, we're going to be fucking this low.
I would have quit.
Wow. I'm glad you didn't.
I wouldn't have done it. No way. No way. No fucking way. I was just so sure it was a 2-win season. Like, we're definitely going to rise from here.
Yeah, I read your
was in my favor.
I read you in the Herald Sun, and you're like, yeah, I think we're about to go on a bit of a run.
We will.
I was like, shit, Terry,
It might
when?
be next year. When the circuit breaker comes, there will be wins. I'm sure of it. I'm also starting to worry that we won't know how to handle wins on the fan cams. I think people have.
Little be off.
No, I think I'm a bit fearful. I think people are so used to losing and this being like therapy that it's like, oh, we won. I don't need, like, you know, I'm bored. Like, I'm a bit mindful of that happening.
Oh, you mean like Joe? I'll never forget Joe's. I love Joe. I'll never forget his infamous quote. For everyone out there, we just smashed Freo at Marvel, and I remember the day because I ran into him at the station trying to get out of the stadium, and he's like, boring football. I'm bored.
But this is the other issue as well. Like, when we start winning, I remember with the run from 23-24, do you remember it started turning into, oh, well, would the 95 team beat this team? Like, that started creeping up.
Not from me. Fuck.
No, not from you. We struggle to just stay present.
Nah.
Because
Harry,
if we win
wasn't...
by 20, it should have been more. If we win by 14, nah. If we're really a top 4 team, we win that game by 38 plus. Like, we really don't know how to stay present. We always live in, we live in the what if a lot, or sorry, the should. But in this case today, I'm very happy to submit we should be better as a football club than what we are today.
Fuck, that's a low bar. Fuck. One thing I'm going to say before I go is I think everyone's for sale now.
Yeah.
Apart from one, and that's Walsh. Like, honestly, they're all for sale.
But it's not a fire sale, it's a garage sale.
The garage sale, you just got to find the schmuck who's going to buy. They're out there, mate. They're out there. A desperate club will look at a big, tall key forward like H and be like, wonder what we could get out of him. Nah, look, no more attachment. Like, no one apart from Walsh. I'm ready. I am ready to move on from that rebuild. Fully, 100%. Let's just cut the cord. Like, I'm done. I am exhausted.
Yeah.
I'm off to Thailand on Tuesday, so I get to escape.
Oh, where are you going?
So Bangkok for a few days, and then where is it? Koh Samui for about 10.
Where are you staying?
In Koh Samui?
Yeah.
Beaufort. Fisherman Village.
Oh, dude. Okay. Are you going just holiday, chill, party, train?
Oh, yep. Holiday.
Oh, mate. I love Koh Samui.
Yeah.
There's some really good Muay Thai gyms there if you want to go train. It's good fun.
You know, I probably should, because I know I'm actually really worried I'm going to get fat again. Like, I'm just going to eat, mate. Like,
yeah, well, that's why, do you like a morning session? It's the best. 2 hours morning session. They take you through it, and then like you have the day, and then you can,
easy. All right, I'll text you. You send me some details, or
we'll set off stream. Yeah, but that's exciting. Enjoy your trip.
No worries, man. Thank you. I'll call in from there anyway. I'm sick. But
yeah, please do.
Yeah.
See you, bro. All right, Travis.
Terry, I do want to thank you here for inviting me now, this very late in the fan camps, and that's not sarcasm. I'm genuinely thankful for that because I get to be a little more unhinged, PG but unhinged, and
let me have it, mate.
yeah. Well, also, now we've passed well and truly past midnight. I am officially a tricentenarian today.
What does that mean?
Well, I'm officially 30. I've turned 30.
Oh, it's your birthday.
Mhm.
Mate, happy birthday. And you're here with us after a 39-point loss.
Yeah, you know what? It was almost going to be the case. It was almost going to be the case. The Carlton team were like, yeah, let's celebrate it by almost, kicking the same number of points for a loss. Like, here's a 30-point deficit almost, but no, it's I appreciate that. At least you showed a bit of care. They just showed it by saying, "Hey, we don't care." But that's it is what it is there. Also, do excuse me if I do have a couple of things. I do have a bit of a blue mouth or something. I got blue tongue. I've been drinking my own blue Kool-Aid. So,
What's the blue light? What are you got like a light in the room? Is that?
Oh, yeah, it's just my light set up.
Oh, cool.
Oh, and I'm watching something beautiful on TV. Riveting stuff. Better than anything else I can find. Yeah. So yeah, forgive me for the lighting. Hopefully it doesn't strain your eyes too much. But hey, nothing could be more eye straining and eye gouging than what we dish up in second halves. So, but yeah,
give me your solution.
well, first off, I'm just going to come out and defend someone that you're very much closer with early in the fan camps with Joe. I don't know if you were alluding to me as one of the many people earlier this year, which when I mentioned it, I think it was after the Richmond game. I merely brought it up as a suggestion, and right now I'm looking at I looked at that performance tonight, and yeah, we can all draw our own conclusions to it. My one is pretty much similar to Joe's. I do
the tanking.
Yes.
Yes, it was you. That's right.
It was me. I didn't. What I remember saying by word was, I don't think it's tanking. I think there might be now and then they might throw a game in, but now I'm just seeing that they're doing it week in, week out, and I'm like, hang on, there's something going on here. Here's how I see it: 1, incident; 2, coincidence; 3, pattern; 4, rhythm. And if it gets more to 4 or 5, and it starts to become like a bloody metronome, it's the same thing again and again and again and again. Something stinks to high heaven, Terry. Something stinks. Yeah. It's the same thing over and over again. I refuse to believe we're a 39-point worse side than St Kilda. It doesn't sound right. And it's not just that. It's 7, or we haven't played all 17 opponents, but all 17 opponents have got this same approach on us. I think we're giving them more credit than they deserve. It's less about them, it's more about us. This is where the tanking comes in. Now, Terry, I was watching tonight's game very closely. That's second. When we all know how we perform in second halves, right? I was watching them closely. I was reading some of the body language of the players based on what I saw on what the television was showing on the cameras. Some of the bits of play where I saw a teammate or two run when the ball's in flight in the air, and some of the players, our own players, running to the ball drop, in which to the point is that they run well and truly past the ball drop. Yeah. They're running into their opponents, and the ball's dropping right behind them. This gets me to think, nah, this is not incompetence. This is not poor skill. This doesn't seem like giving up or mentally struggling. it seems planned. It seems programmed. I don't know what these players are telling each other behind in the locker rooms. I don't know what's being said. And there's also some players that are getting out-muscled by their opponents, which look to be smaller than them. You're getting someone like Dean, I can excuse for, getting a little, like, we love him having fights and having blues with other opponents and that, but sometimes he loses that smarts and that and does it at the wrong time, giving up a double goal. And then you got the set shots. It's happening week in, week out in the second half where we're missing gettables again and again and again. All of this is happening in unison week in, week out against different opponents with different varying levels of skill, varying positions on the ladder. And they're all approaching us in the same way because it's becoming more about us. And this is where the tanking part comes in. And that's just me. But plus, at the end of looked at the footage. I looked at the footage of the players walking off the ground at the end of the game. I don't know about you. I don't know about anyone, Terry. But what I gathered from it, what I saw from them, that wasn't dejection. They did not look dejected. They looked apathetic.
Yeah.
They looked robotic.
Yeah.
They looked like they were programmed to walk that way off the ground. Like there was something that was planned for them to walk off like that. That didn't seem like any emotion from them. They were numb. They were bland. That doesn't sound to me like these players. Now, don't get me wrong. There's probably one or two players like Nick Newman who show passion in that, and that like now and then. But for the most part, most of the players that walked off that ground, I was reading their faces. They're like, so what? I'm getting a 6-figure salary. I'm just, it's everyone to themselves. There's no team ethos. There's no spirit. It's like what you mentioned, Terry, late last year, the end of last year. And those words, resonated with all of us. Financially thriving, spiritually bankrupt. And the spirit part, that's a foundation. That is a foundation of every club. When you don't have spirit, there's a domino effect. Everything falls off. Everything, if you don't have the spirit, everything falls apart. You start to lose your fans. You start to lose your interests. And the energy and the vibe, it's all gone. It's all out the window.
Yeah.
And I look at this club, the way they walked off, they were soulless. This is no longer Carlton Football Club, Terry. This is Carcass Football Club. They are a carcass.
Yeah.
It's absolutely just, and I don't blame fans for walking out early. Don't get me wrong. I encourage loyalty. I'm as passionate as everyone else here. I want to see my club succeed, but I don't blame them for leaving because the players are resonating that same sort of vibe, that same energy. They just don't care. They're robotic. There's something more to it.
Yeah. Look, they care and they try and it's just not good enough, and it just gets to them. That's why.
Yeah, well, I do agree in that aspect. Certain players do care. I could see it in their performances. I could see it in the likes of Newman, in Carroll, in Williams, in Haynes. But yeah, it's just many of the other players, which I'm starting to question. And it leads me to one more thing, which I will say before I let you go. I'm going to say this about Patrick Cripps, and people are not going to like it, but I've started to consider it. I'm not I'm not against the idea of trading him. But it's not to push him out. I don't want the club to push him out. I want them to sit down with him, have a good talk. Because he's at this point now when he's well and truly in his 30s. He's got a wife, he's got a young daughter, and he's that far away from, obviously, his home in WA. And I want the club to sit down with him, ask him, okay, what is it you're planning after footy? How can we make it easier for you to transition after footy? Then ask questions about the club to him. Do you think you're going to be there at our next tilt? Because for the most part, he's been here for 10, 11 years, and he's given it his all. He's a great for our club. I love him. And if he chooses to stay, I would want him to stay. But at this point in time, we failed him. We failed him. He's a good guy. He will probably say he failed in ways himself, but he's a 2-time Brownlow medalist. He's equal to the namesake of our BNF. He's a multiple Australian. He's done it all. The only thing he doesn't have is a premiership. We have to sit down with him, ask him these questions, and think, okay, where are you positioned on it? And then if it says that if it's best for him to look forward, then let's encourage it. Okay. But I don't want us to look at him like Essendon look at Merritt. I don't.
Yeah.
I really don't.
It's a good point, mate. It's a good point. Well, thank you very much. Hope you have a good birthday over the next 24 hours, and thanks for spending your 30th birthday with us here on the fan cams.
All good. And, spending a time with you, Terry, makes it better. That's all we can do. Thank you so much, Terry. Go Baggers.
See you, mate. It's good, man. All right, I've got 3 of you left, and then we'll finish up. Timmy, make a 24-hour fan cam so we can truly be in hell. 24-hour fan cams. I don't know if I could do that. $8. Gabriel, thank you very much. All right, we've got BJ, only Carlton, and Tony. BJ.
G'day. How are we?
Mate, we are good. We are nearly 4 hours in. Shit, man.
It's getting late, isn't it? It wasn't meant to be a late one, wasn't it? You were going to be out quickly.
Honestly, when I first started tonight, I was like, I can't be fucked doing 4 hours, but I guess it just kind of flowed. And I got some really good perspectives from some new people, which was great.
And some different convos too. Some different kinds of talking.
Yeah, I've actually, honestly, I thought I was going to come on tonight and it would just be like a cry fest, repetitive. But I've really enjoyed the solutions that have been brought up.
Yeah, I kind of had 5 points from the game and kind of thoughts and then solutions, kind of things around them. And you started kind of touching on them a little bit earlier, which I kind of liked. But it kind of didn't go further. But like, for instance, when it was like the team doesn't really seem to buy in and bleed, I think they just don't believe in it. I think that's really what it comes down to, is that it's really hard to give everything to something you're not 100% actually believing in. And I think us as fans are finding that at the moment too, is that the club seems to push one message, we kind of see it a different way. Every time a press conference comes, it's spin, and we really never get the truth of the message we're looking for. And I think the players hear it too. It's not just us. I mean, they always say press conferences are just as much for players as they are the fans. Most coaches speak to their players that way.
Do you think, I mean, it's very early to tell, but do you think what happened in the Collingwood game with Elijah is like the rotten moment?
Yeah, by far. By far. And the spin that came after it is, I think, where everything really went wrong. And this is a massive point I had too, is that if you think about St Kilda, for instance, before Ross Lyon took the reins, they were pretty quiet. They weren't very bold. But the second he came in, they started talking out about NGAs. They started speaking out about the draft inconsistencies. Ross Lyon was out again in force in press conferences going at that whole thing. And the club culture itself became bold, right? And I think that we had a chance to get Ross and we were too scared. because of some of his past indiscretions. But a club like St Kilda are leading the Indigenous way for the AFL in many ways. They're a massive player in the LGBTQ plus community, the all abilities community. They are the #1 provider of blind, wheelchair and all abilities kind of football programs. And that's Ross Lyon, who's heading that now powerful program, which is only getting stronger. So I think that kind of truth of a coach, you know, Chris Scott, even Bevo, like that really sets the tone for a club. I think we're missing that.
Yeah. Well, clearly, yeah. That align. Well, you know, one of the things that I remember Voss instilled when he first came to the club was working on the connection. Like that was the big one in 2022. Like we've got to stay connected. We've got to be connected to one another. We've got to stay connected. It was all about the relationships with one another. We don't really hear about that much anymore.
No. There's so many fractured. How can you honestly come forward and say that when it from afar would look like every year there's a new fractured part of a relationship? Even the way that Doc spoke when he left, it's honest, it's open, and we feel exactly those words that came out of his mouth. But you can't say that that was a cohesive relationship if he was feeling that way as a co-captain.
Yeah, I think he felt. Yeah, I mean, he clearly felt some type of way about what had gone on. You sort of see it from his point of view as well. He rode the whole rebuild only to get to the final series for the first time, finally, and then they decide to go in a totally new direction and go back to the draft.
Yep. And everything he'd been through as well on top of that. Just for his.
Are we resigned to just constant rebuilds every 10 years because it's good for business? Because you can sell hope very easily with a rebuild? That's my concern.
I think it's safe. I think we're in a safe business model right now. And I think that when we had the chance to take that option for someone like Ross, we went safe. And I think that we've essentially gone safe since green shoots. And that's been the pattern. Even when we took Ratton, like he was a good option. And it was still safe back then. He was the safe choice. And I think we've just been really, really safe because we are a big business and our profit margins really matter and our sponsors matter for that kind of money. And we need to pull in X amount to create the club and the environment we want. And sometimes you are, victim to your own game. I think Collingwood are, as much as someone like Eddie Maguire frustrates a lot of people out there, that club is built and successful because of someone like him who came as a footy fan, but a different industry. Like you're saying before about different industries coming in. Postecoglou spent, a year with, or like a few months with Clarko in a time there. And look at North straight after that and the way they're kind of changing tactically. Massive, those kind of influences.
Yeah.
Then we're too slow and I don't know if we've got it. I don't buy that at all. One of the coaching philosophies I always put into my groups is that it takes the human brain 0.6 of a second to think about anything or to think about an action. It's 0.04 of a second to do something on instinct or something that you've learned and trained. And I think at the moment, every action we're making is a 0.6 second. And every team we're currently coming up against are at the point where they're on instinct with their game plan. And that's why we're looking so slow.
Just to bring it to Harry Mackay, for example, so he'll mark the ball up the ground, right? Wherever, if he's pushed up the ground, he gives us that relief. It's just been ingrained in him to just slowly get up and slowly go behind the mark. Or the rest of the league, they use the stand rule to their advantage. This is a game of run. It's a game of run. And the stand rule allows you to get an advantage over your opponent because they can't move. And so it forces you to re-engage with the game by running and creating. So whether Harry needs to do that or whether someone needs to go to Harry and get the handball around him, Harry's got all these attributes, man. He can run. He's quick.
The size of the man. The hands on him.
He's playing like Lego. It's like his Lego.
Yeah. Or maybe he's not Lego because he can't click in quite properly. He's the odd piece he got.
And he's playing like a clunky, straight line, full forward. I remember his first few years and I was like, wow, this guy below his knees. He's so clean. And then he was working on his speed, which is great for the modern game. And then, I don't know. I battle with the way that I look at him play because I'm like, I believe in you. I believe in, I believe in you to be great. And then I watch him play sometimes. I'm like, I don't think you want to be here. I don't think you love football. I don't think everything's okay.
He still has moments though, and the moments get you hooked in that maybe like, but again, like he's even on the other side of that. Like, I don't want to make it like a Harry Mackay thing, but
No, I
even
get
the
it, yeah.
podcast that he was doing with his brother, that's gone all of a sudden. There wasn't really much about that. That was kind of his fun for football outside of what was going on. I don't know. I think there's a big issue going down the middle of the club right now, and I think it's that mental between the ears. I think there's a tactical breakdown that's not giving them the confidence to be able to go and act on instinct, and then there's a message and a culture breakdown that's clearly causing fractures across the last couple of seasons. And I think you really need somebody who can just call it out and be the leader in the situation. And I love Voss as an on-field player leader. I like him as somebody, maybe as an assistant coach, who can be that voice when the coach can't say something or you need that kind of spin to the media. I think he'd be great as a development coach or someone that's there in your group. But to be the tactical leader that the three people in the box are changing their lines dependent on, I just don't. I've been part of coaching at local level, and I've seen it at the elite level, and I've never seen line coaches not able to communicate on a frequent basis, except for your very odd occasions like McRae and Fagan. And that's a whole nother thing. They're always talking, like they're always communicating upstairs. Fagan has a bloody headset on 24/7.
Yeah. Fuck, Brisbane away next week.
Yeah, the headset's out.
Oh man, they're just so well drilled. They're just like they're just everything we're not.
Yeah, and they are like the three like key points of our downfalls, right? Like they were the final we got really ahead of ourselves in, and then reality kicked in, and we've been pretty average since. They were the start of the year last year when we got ahead of ourselves again because we got in front of them 5 goals or whatever it was in the opening round, and then here we are again. I wonder what happens this time.
Fuck me, another rebuild. Someone said something to me recently, which I don't know, maybe this is also cope. At Carlton, it's never just straightforward. It's always drastic. We drastically fall and we also drastically rise.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Were you old enough to be like fully aware of the Favola Judd situation at the time? It was all playing out. That for me was the moment I saw the overarching issue in our clubs. That was the first time these fallouts really started happening. The fact that nobody at any point of the club, players, those kind of people had the ability to rein him in, to put an arm around his shoulder, to want to keep him. When we let him go to Brisbane, that really showed me the kind of club we were when we had players that needed help, or if we had that bad boy or that. How many of the bad boys out there are the best players in the league? You've got to learn to use them and work with them. And ever since, I haven't seen one.
That's a fucking great point. Hey, I love Juddy. And yeah, I can see the argument. On the one hand, it's like, he's a fucking grown man, sort your shit out. But on the other hand, it's like, we need to protect our own. They put a microphone. They gave Fev a microphone. That was an Eddie Maguire setup job.
Multiple times. But nobody pulled him in.
You're right.
Nobody.
You are right. That was the start of it because that was old Carlton. Fev was old Carlton.
Yeah, real Carlton. Hard Carlton. Yeah. And Heath Scotland was one of those ones we had that had a bit of that edge. You know, we had that arm field for a little while, but we just don't do that kind of player now. We just refuse. Private school boys only.
Private school boys.
Couple of country kids, but only if they went to the private country school.
Fuck.
But really, like, name a bad boy since Fev. Name one we've recruited or one we've brought in. Name our version of a Dane Swan or a Martin or someone that had a bit of rough to him, a Jake King.
They don't last.
Nah, they don't work at Carlton. We refuse to have someone that has that edge. We refuse.
Mm.
Mitch Robinson is your probably last one we had. And we kicked him out right when he was getting to his actual good football.
Yeah, we've got colleagues now.
Yeah. Yeah. We've got
Just
we've
got to
got
do
best
their
friends on the
billables.
field.
They just got to log their billables.
Yeah. I hear they have intense FIFA competitions though. Oh golly. It's a where to from here moment, isn't it? And it's just I see so many things on field that can be fixed in a heartbeat. Like it's not like rocket science. Like when we let like the Cooper Sharman Hill like haul out that wing, I think it happened 3 times in a row. And then the stupid free kicks out of the middle with Cowan. And it's like, I understand he's playing on Naz and he's giving those away. It looked like a ruck free kick, but it was on Naz. It was holding. Those moments were like, well, at that moment, Cripps is outside the circle playing the outside like sweeper role, and Jagger and Cowan are under the nose of the ruckman. Like, why? like why? Just why? Like, that's why the free kicks are getting away, because Cowan's shitting himself with Naz, and he's caught on the other side of him, Halls, who's on fire, with Jagger, who's been in the middle for 2 games. Like, and then it's just those shifting things, and it's like, well, if there's so many players wide on the wing, why are Cottrell and Hollands both on the same wing when live play goes? Why are we pushing both wings to the same side? Those little things surely that comes up in game review. Like, surely the footage shows it. We see it live. Surely the footage shows it.
Surely, mate. Yeah.
Which means that they don't address it because they want that to be the case somehow. Or they think that that's part of the structure and that they're going to compensate later down the field. It just seems like the definition of an insanity.
Yeah.
Like, we are repetitively doing that same structure. And it's like teams now go, first half, conserve your energy with Carlton. Just play your regular game. We're not going to do any of the tactics that we really want to push out there. Second half, we're going to change our game up to our style that we want to go aggressively with. And from that moment, they're not going to change to it. They're going to keep that first one that we started against them with. We're going to start in this neutral mode. Like, Saints did it perfectly tonight. Well, they kicked 5 goals or something in the first half. And then after that, forward running like crazy.
Yeah. BJ, you're a star.
Thank you. Good to chat with you as always.
You too, man. Go Blues. All right, let's finish up. Only Carlton.
Anamaradun. Bro, I'm listening to people talk about tanking at 3 o'clock at night. That's where we are. Like, just listen to a guy monologue about why we're tanking for 15 minutes. Like, is that where we're at? Genuinely? Like, how sad is that?
Yeah. It's we're only a third of the way in to a season. 1-7, very healthy list. This is the healthiest list Michael Voss has ever had.
Yep. Just Mollop and O'Farrell out. That's it.
Yeah.
Like, I literally just got home not long ago. I haven't seen what anyone said, but like, I don't know if I'm gonna get cop shit for this, but I watched a bunch of fucking quitters play football tonight.
Yeah, that's how I started the show. I watched the white flag get waved. I literally watched them quit tonight. Yeah.
Yeah, like it's, I don't even know. Like, I don't know. It was never really a lack of effort. Like, I always thought the team played, like, certain players played all right, you know? But this week, like, tonight, it was actually, like, I watched everyone give up. Other than, like, maybe Walsh and Brody Kemp, you know? Like, yeah. Everyone else just gave up. And, like, I don't want to single out players. I don't think it's useful or anything like that. But, like, watching Harry Mackay play football is so depressing.
Yeah. Well, there's a lack of inspiration in the team. They're not inspired. Like, the game is beautiful. The game is magical. And it's a chore. It just looks like a chore. And I reckon most of our passages of play, it's like we just rely on the lucky bounce to work for us to get a goal. I think Reedy just banged it on the boot at one point. It just landed in Ben Ainsworth's hands. Like, yeah.
I don't know. I know Voss said in the presser. I actually watched this press on the way home. He said, he didn't play too much into the whole TDK Silvani thing, and they're not a part of the club. They went their direction. We're going in our direction. And in my mind, I was like, Voss, we're currently at rock bottom. That's the direction we're going in. But whatever. I don't know, man. That was a big game for me, right? And I'd hope that was a big game for the players, because those are two players that walked out on you. And the way I see it, maybe I'm stupid, but they walked out on me as a supporter. And to just fall over and die like that, like have an 8-goal third quarter, like this isn't Sydney, this isn't Brisbane, this isn't Geelong, this is fucking St Kilda. Yeah? And I understand they're better than us. I'm not even going to cop. I'm not even going to say umpires played a role, even though some of it was fucking horrible. But, genuinely, we didn't want it as bad. TDK wanted it more. How fucking sad is that? TDK wanted it more than Pitto tonight. And Liam Reedy.
It's true. It's true. And they had 2 late outs.
Higgins was a late out, bro.
Higgins and Wilson.
Yeah. Bro, I forgot Higgins was a late out. How can you not channel? We gave, and I see it online all the time, we have to front up and we have to show up, and the Carlton supporters, bring the roar, the crowd, whatever. We brought it, bro. That was the most hostile environment I've ever seen Marvel be since round 24 when we played St Kilda in 2024. Since then.
Yeah, we were up for it. We definitely, the crowd. I'm telling you, they keep the club keep running out of tickets because the fan base, the crowd was up and unified for the booing. Whether you agree with it or disagreed with it, it did provide an atmosphere. Man, that third quarter. Oh, that third quarter, the way it broke down, and then the way they accepted it.
Yeah, I watched some efforts, bro. Pitto. I think it was mainly Pitto stepping over the line over and over and over for those ruck free kicks, because you can't step over the center line. Just over and over and over again. Bro, that's fucking Oz kick mistakes. How do you you do it once, you do it twice, whatever, bro, but you're gonna do it fucking 8 times in a quarter.
We are I can't remember who called in earlier, but he just gave us the harsh truths. We are the St Kilda of whatever the 80s was, which I wasn't alive for, but we are the butt of the jokes. It's Carlton. We are that team.
As much as we are genuinely I walked out, I was after the game, I went over to some mini mics and stuff, and as Carlton supporters being at least we're relevant, but we're not even fucking relevant.
No, we're not relevant.
We don't even have that over them. Like I said this before, I'd rather be a winless Carlton than a 22-0 St Kilda. No, I fucking wouldn't. I'm just lying. I used to have pride in my football club, and I used to be at least we're not St Kilda. St Kilda can win all the game, but genuinely, there's no soul anymore. There's no soul.
No,
There's
there's
not in the playing group, at least. We showed up. I'm actually really proud of the way that the supporters showed up and actually got behind something, even though it is negative and people will see it how it is. But I think booing players like that is an integral part of the sport.
Yeah,
you have to do it. Make them feel it. Make them feel you can't just let them play at you at a home game and not let them feel it. But I don't know. I'd love to sit here and be we should sack Voss, right? And we should, but it's not going to change anything, is it? You can sack him tomorrow. It's not going to change shit.
Yeah. We might get a little. Well, the last time we did that, I reckon we were 1-11 when Bolton got the sack. Someone correct me if I'm wrong on that. We won 1 game from our first 11, I'm sure of it. And then they sacked him and made Bowler Teague the caretaker coach. We got the sugar hit, and then the fan base was like, that's our guy. you have to sign him. He's the coach. So we might be going through that with, I don't know, they might give Josh Fraser the reins and let him do interim. I don't know. They just look, history repeats until you get it right. If they don't proceed with Voss, they'll have to go through the search, the process. They just got to get the process right and follow it to a T, which they didn't do last time.
Yeah, like it was really like I watched a lot of players miss handballs today, like 5 meters,
Oh,
6 meter
bro.
handballs, like
Can't do it.
Adam Chera, like everyone, bro. Like I'm not even to single out anyone, bro. Like genuinely every single player today was fucking terrible. Like it was so bad, you know. And like I'm trying to think of like ways to fix. Like there was a guy here before, because I was watching on the way home, and he was like, you know, put Mackay at centre half back. I can't remember who it was, but
It's
like
Morris, I
honestly,
think.
Morris, yeah, shout out Morris.
Yeah.
But like, do it because he's not doing anything in the forward line. Or if you're not gonna do that, I'd love, and we'd never ever do it. We'd never ever fucking do it. But chuck him in the VFL.
Yeah, and then just play McGovern as the key forward. Well, yeah.
Bro, people like spoke about Moy and how, you know, he's lazy and he's a terrible worker and he had a terrible game against Freo or whatever. He still had more of an impact than Mackay did today.
Yeah, he worked harder than Mackay.
Yeah. Like, what is it with
Wow.
him? Because him and his brother.
Oh man, I actually can't believe we're talking about Harry like this. When Harry was coming through, because he had to go through the VFL, he didn't get played straight away. He had I think they weren't risking him from memory. Bolton didn't play him straight away. Didn't play a single game in 2016. And then he didn't play until late 2017. Played 2 or 3 games.
Yeah.
And it held him in such good stead because he used to play with such an intensity and attack. And it was like, whoa, this guy's generational. Like, whoa. And it's just bizarre watching him move around tonight the way he did. Yeah. It got to the point where I'm like, is he injured? Like, is he actually carrying something? Because he couldn't get out of first gear.
Like, I watch him, and it's like, I know people are gonna like rail. I know he deserves all the criticism he's getting, but at the same time, you've seen some of the entries that come into him.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's
like if I was Harry Mackay, I wouldn't be happy playing at Carlton. Like the way the ball's coming in, I mean, like he doesn't fight for it. Like he's not the man, right? He doesn't make himself be the man, but we also don't play in a way that allows him to be the man either. You know, like if we're just gonna kick it on his head, what do you want him to do?
Yeah, the way he runs and creates leads, I know he's quicker than that because he worked on it. Yeah, don't know. It's the poison chalice of a big long-term contract. Like very rarely do you give a guy a long-term deal and he continues to improve, and that's where I think Cripps. No matter how frustrating it could be, like today he wasn't very good. Like, okay, but fuck, man, he's one of the few that got given a long-term deal and like held his end of the bargain and kept improving.
Yeah, I think one of the only players that is not free of criticism, but if anyone deserves a fucking get out of jail free card is Patrick Cripps.
Yeah,
that is a very good point, Phil.
I can't believe no one's ever said that.
Wow. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my god.
How has no one ever thought to say that?
People call Melbourne's, you know, premiership a Mickey Mouse year. No one ever calls Harry Mackay's Coleman during a Mickey Mouse year. Like,
he did kick 7 with a crowd in 2021 before lockdowns happened. Yeah. But true, there's no crowd pressure. It's a totally different environment.
but like with all the club psychologists and the whole like screening thing, wouldn't you realize if someone has confidence issues like that and be like, we shouldn't give him a fucking 7-year deal after kicking 23 goals in 2023? Like, Do you remember the narrative, Terry? Sorry, do you remember the narrative where like people were like, "Man, I wish Charlie Kerner had Harry Mackay's work rate and work ethic."
Yes. That's what I'm
That
saying.
that might be the worst play ever created if Charlie Kerner had
That's
Harry
what I'm
Mackay's work
saying.
ethic.
So like Harry's trademark was the work rate.
So where's it gone? It can't just be like, oh, he got the contract. Like he has to be. For me, it's like I said this like before. I think it was in one of my videos. I was like, watching Carlton play is like watching a bunch of like people that hate their lives and hate their job show up at a 9 to 5, and they only show up because they have to feed their kids.
Mm.
They just need the money. Like I spoke to someone at the club at the start of the year, like someone in like a big position, and I asked him straight away. I'm like, what's the biggest thing what's the biggest thing wrong with the club? And he's like, without missing, like without skipping a beat, it was like the players aren't as close as they could be.
Mm.
Straight away, he said that.
It
Right?
shows.
So, yeah, like so. I mean, I know you can't fix it in a year, but like these guys look like they're not friends. Like they look like Oasis. You know how the Gallagher brothers hate each other and they just perform anyways. Like that's what it's like watching Carlton.
Yeah, I'm telling you. Someone said earlier they're not brothers, they're contractors.
Yeah, they're just all acquaintances and they all show
Yeah.
up at work at the same time.
No,
Like
they're in a corporate environment, and in a corporate environment, everyone's looking out for themselves, and everyone's looking to wait for their opportunity to take that title, get that position. That's how corporate works.
yeah,
There's like an underlying ladder that you climb, and you climb it at the expense of other people.
like
But
I
like
don't
the
want to
one
come
thing I will like the club that like there are some things that clearly are questionable. They've nailed the brief of like the training sessions. I know that that's such a little thing, but they've really nailed that because that does make when I go there, I'm like I do feel something like some sort of better connection to the club because like all right, we get to like speak to our people, see our people, talk shit, have these exact same debates, but at the club while the boys are training. So like the whole community aspect is there. It's just so much more that's wrong.
yeah. Yeah, like I know you can't fix culture in a night, but like we shouldn't be this bad. Like if we're losing game, it's fine, but I don't want to watch these. I don't want to watch my players quit. Like I'm a very prideful guy, and I take a lot of pride in my footy club, you know. And like I can't defend them, like because like if you're shit, you're shit. But if you have a shit attitude and you're not playing because things aren't going your way, or you know, in a game like that, bro, like I know it's just St Kilda, but like those two fucking dogs on the other team, bro, they left us. One for money, the other one, I don't know, bro. He had a hissy fit and left. Like I show some fucking fight, like you know, and we showed fight, Terry. We always do this, you know. We're fake tough guys. When the game isn't going away, then we play into the emotion, you know. And that I don't even know who kicked that double goal. When that guy kicked the goal and Wiedering pushed him into the fence.
No, it was Harry Dean.
Harry Dean.
It was Harry Dean that happened on my end, and then Wiedering was nowhere to be. He didn't. The vision of, oh my god, like he needed to be consoled. Harry Dean needed to be, whatever, man. Like that, I just didn't like how they let him. He fucked up, and he did. Like he let his emotions spill over, and he made a mistake. And it's like, you know, he's got the aggression, and it's borderline, and he'll learn from it. Because he's so young. And I was saying this earlier, I'd rather a kid come in and be over aggressive like that, and then you teach him how to control it, rather than get to fucking 28 years old and be like, where's your fight?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, well, you'd rather be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war. So like,
Yeah, the Guardian and Warrior. Yeah, exactly.
but yeah, I don't know. Wiedering's another one where I'm like, the fuck is he doing nowadays? Like, is that it? Like, is he also like? I'll say it now. I said it last week. I'll say it again. Shades of Charlie Kerner. That's actually what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I didn't want to believe it. I'm not there. I'm not there.
I'm
I'm
so
not
there,
there.
Terry. I'm so there. Like last week, he was pretty average, and maybe I jumped the gun. But this week, against a pretty it's not a good forward line. Yeah, St Kilda aren't a really great tall forward line. They're missing one of their best smalls. No flying Ryan either. It's literally just the talls, and they fucking demolished us. And again, it's not even playing bad. It's the things you said, not consoling Dean, and just looking disinterested all the time, playing 20 meters ahead of your man. I if we're gonna play him loose. Don't put him on the best forward then. Trust Harry Dean or trust Nick Haynes to hold these guys. You can't ask him to do both. Wiedering, I know it's it's everything. It's actually everything. It's coaching. Coaching's bad, right? The players, half of them don't want to be there. Half of them just aren't good footballers. But I don't know how you fix it quickly, because I don't think you can. I think we're in for a rough couple of years.
We are in. Well, you can. It can turn quickly, and you can get a fresh slate happening and mentally freshen up the players and the club. But I don't know. We're going to lose prime time next year. Maybe that's not a bad thing. Although maybe it is maybe the AFL do this because Carlton losing is good for the AFL. That's why they keep putting us.
Why would you waste primetime slots? We'll show up anyways. You put us on Sunday 3:15, we're going to show up. So save the primetime slot for a team, a baby team. There's
True. It doesn't matter when we lose. We're going to generate the fucking stories anyway. Have you ever thought about how irrelevant this team is and they generate such attention?
Yeah. Yeah, we don't even have names anymore. Cripps, Wiedering, Walsh. Mackay because he's shit, not because he's good. And then other than that, who do we have? Who do we have? In terms of star power, name-wise? No one.
Timmy in the chat makes a good point. Do you think Mackay's just being careful now because he really can't afford to have too many more concussions?
Well, then I'd rather you just retire now, bro.
Which kind of makes sense.
But I'd rather you just retire now, or go play for another club. If you're gonna go out there half-assed, I'd rather have. I was gonna say Ashton Moy, but he also doesn't work hard. I'd rather have Jack Eisen give 100% than you give 50 because you're scared you're gonna get concussed.
Yeah, it helps no one.
Yeah, it's the same thing with Wiedering. Again, Timmy in the chat, Wiedering might be unfit. Why are you playing then? At what point does this whole tough guy act where I'm going to soldier through it, I'm going to fight through it? And it's honorable, cool. But at what point does it start becoming detrimental to the club?
Yeah, there's a balance. There's a fine line.
I don't know. And the whole Cripps thing, I was talking about it before. It's, again, I don't know why we're jumping on him. I know he had a bad game, right? But if you look at Cripps in terms of being an inside, I still think he's the best inside mid in the comp, by the way. I'll die on this hill. I think he's, in terms of getting contested possessions and clearances, best in the comp. There's maybe one or two better, best in the comp. The reason I think with the spotlight for us is on him because he's Patrick Cripps. Yeah, the game style is still set on him to be the match winner when there isn't an inside mid in the fucking comp that's a match winner.
Yeah.
There isn't one. And we're so stuck there. And we complain about coaching wise, we're stuck in the past. Bro, us as supporters, we're stuck in the past. You want Cripps to have 4 goals and 40 touches every game? It's not going to happen.
No.
One, because he's getting old, 31 years old, playing the most taxing role in footy ever. Bro, the guy's killed himself. He used to take back injections to get through games, right? He's given us the better part of 12 years. And I'm not going to sit here and cop Patrick Cripps slander. All right? You can give him criticism, that's fine. But being we should trade him, being oh, he's disinterested, he's selfish, bro, he's selfish because the game style is built for him to win us games, and he's looking around at the rest of our midfielders, and half of them are fucking spuds, right? And he's 31 years old. He's trying to burst through packs. He can't do it anymore. If he was in a different team and his role was only to get the ball out the contest and just handball it to someone, bro, he's the best in the comp at doing that. But we want him to run through packs and burst out the middle. He can't do it. He can't. Physically. He just can't.
Yeah. It's true.
I love you, Patrick Cripps. There it is.
When do we play Brisbane?
Friday.
Friday night?
Yep,
Really?
I'm pretty sure.
Double header. Friday night, 7:30 p.m. at the Gabba. Oh.
You know,
Oh, man.
I was gonna sit here and bring up Billy Wilson as well and be like, why didn't we play him over Sard? Because I feel like he would have the same impact Sard had. But can we not play Billy Wilson next week, please? Just let him enjoy in the twos whatever he's doing. Just don't send him
Yeah.
there.
I thought that was the quickest I've seen Adam Sard run in years.
Bro, how good was that play when we took like 4 or 5 bounces down the middle? Bro, I've never heard the crowd that loud before. Like for a long
Yes,
goal.
and that's the thing as well. Like everyone's there waiting to be excited.
We saw a guy took 3 bounces and we all got up out of our seats, bro. That's how. So we're starving, bro. We're starving. We're starving. Like,
Yeah.
we're here. You can't blame us. We're here
Yeah.
every week. Season's over and we're still here.
True. Anyway, it's time to go.
Yeah. And
It's time to go to bed. I'll speak to you tomorrow.
Catch you, bro. Thanks for having me on. Thank you for
No
doing
worries.
this.
Yeah, my
4.5
pleasure.
hours.
Yeah.
Love
See
you,
you,
bro.
G.
Talk to you later.
Love you too. I really don't know where time went. I really don't know where time went. Okay, it's time to go to bed. It's time. Thanks for tuning in. Timmy, he's got 4 concussions and 1 more and done. He's 28. Yeah, look, it's a fair point. It's definitely a fair point. But we'll leave it there. This was the Fan Cams round 8, 2026, as the Blues lose to St Kilda. Thanks for tuning in. I'll see you tomorrow for the review. Go Blues.